All right, what's going on, my friends? It's now 3 o'clock. We have a special guest alert. Damian Lillard is going to join me on the Rip City Drive today, coming up at 4:20. We'll talk about his love of Portland and being back in town, what it's like to have a year off, his thoughts on this young squad, and he'll also give insight on new owner Tom Dundon. Damian Lillard today at 4:20, and our Trailblazer insider Sean Highkin from RoseGardenReport.com is going to stop by and talk some hoop at 3:20. The Trailblazers will look to bounce back after their 2-point loss Tuesday at home to the Hornets. The Utah Jazz are in town tonight. Tip-off will be at 7. Brendan Slaughter will have Game Day Live from Moda at 5. Portland is favored by 15.5 tonight. In real shocking news from the NFL, Seahawks general manager John Schneider says the new state income tax on higher earners could have a negative impact on the Seahawks.
Live from the Coors Light Studios, it's time for the Rip City Drive, hosted by the crazy and often irrational Chad Doing. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment. Choose chill.
Watch out for the burner apps, Dame.
Man, I pray my kids never try me like that. Because
Strap in. The Rip City Drive with Chad Doing starts now.
All right, it's going to be awesome. Damian Lillard is on the Rip City Drive today at 4:20. And you know, Dame, one of the best in terms of working with the media to answer questions, to talk about different things. He's very insightful. So we'll get his thoughts on new owner Tom Dundon and what his takeaway is there. I want to get his take on this young team, get his thoughts on Donovan Clingan and Denny Avdia. I want to know how the process works for information. Like, if he sees something, does he share it, or does he wait for the young guys to come to him? We'll get his take on a lot of different things. But more importantly, just being back in Portland. He's also got his new luxury sports lounge, which is opened up in downtown. He and a few other partners have opened up Honorable Mention, which is in the Benson building. So we'll get his take on that as well. But Damian Lillard going to join me today at 4:20. Oh, I do appreciate your time. What's going on, man? What's cracking? The Blazers are going to be in action tonight on this Friday. They are a 15.5-point favorite against the Utah Jazz. Now, we've all watched the Blazers throughout the course of the year. What does that say about the Utah Jazz that the Blazers are a 15.5-point effing favorite tonight? It's unbelievable. The Jazz are tanking. They're trying to lose and jockey for position in the NBA lottery, so they've got their focus in one direction. The Trailblazers trying to get back on track. They're in this mode right now of it's win one, lose one, win one, lose one. I believe they're 4-6 in the 10 games post All-Star break. And I'm sorry if I slur my words a little bit today. I have a canker sore in the front part of my mouth, and I've been dealing with canker sores my whole life. For me, whenever I bite my lip, it's almost a guarantee that it's going to turn to a canker sore. So what I've learned to do to combat the radiating pain that comes from those bad boys when you're trying to eat something or drink coffee or whatever is I just start jamming a bunch of oil gel into my pie hole. And so right now, my mouth is completely numb from the oil gel. And the bright side is I can't feel the canker sore for the moment. The downside is I may slur a few words. So look, I'm not drunk. I'm not going Harry Carey on the radio. I just need the Oragel to be able to numb the pain from the canker sore. So Damian Lillard coming up at 4:20, and then Sean Highkin, our Trailblazer insider from Rose Garden Report, is going to join me here in about 15 minutes. Want to get his take on a lot of different things. But he's coming up in 15 minutes. And also, here's something we got going on. I'm going to roll out with Shacker, I believe it's Tuesday the 17th. So next Tuesday, he and I are going to bump on over to North Portland on the Bluff, and we're going to broadcast from Chiles Center for a remix game. I have not had the opportunity to take in a remix game, and so we're going to do it in style. But here's the really cool thing. They have, the Rip City Remix, have given us a 4-pack of courtside tickets for the game on Tuesday. So if you would like some free family-friendly entertainment and you want a 4-pack of courtside tickets for the Remix game coming up on Tuesday, listen to the fifth quarter tonight with Brendan Slaughter, and I'll be joining him, and you'll have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets for the remix. So that's what's going on. Now, I saw this thing here. You know, the government can just kiss my backside. You know what we need in life? We need a few more taxes. We need higher taxes. That sounds like such a lovely idea. These morons never figure it out. It's like, look, you cannot tax a country into prosperity, and the state of Washington is now going down a slippery slope. I love this report here. Seattle Seahawks general manager John Schneider said he believes Washington State's new income tax on higher earners will eventually have a negative impact on the team's ability to sign free agents. Yeah, no doubt. So the lawmakers this week have passed, these guys are complete losers too, by the way, Washington's first income tax. The one reason why it was great to live on the other side of the river, they're trying to screw with you now. The so-called, quote, millionaire tax will impose a 9.9% tax on annual income of more than $1 million beginning in 2028. Governor Bob Ferguson has already pledged to sign the bill, though it could still be challenged. Oh, it's going to be challenged, but you sneaky little slimy legislators are going to try and slip it through anyways. Just like the property tax and the gas tax and everything else you try to pile on, you clowns. The Seahawks have been one of 8 NFL teams that play in states with no income tax, along with the Raiders, the Texans, the Cowboys, the Titans, the Bucks, the Dolphins, and the Jaguars. That has been part of the Seahawks' pitch to prospective free agents. Quote, there were a bunch of agents texting me the other day like, hey, can't use that anymore, buddy. I think it's for all the pro teams here in town. It's always been a huge attraction, especially competing with the California teams. It's been a big deal for us, so it's going to sting from a recruiting standpoint and what that looks like. I'm sure Mike Reinfeldt and Mickey Loomis and all of the cap guys that have been here before, too, are looking at this like, dang. It's going to sting, no question about it. So there you go. That's what happens, man. The most attractive states to live in right now are the ones that are... Hey, Shacker, why are you calling me? Oh, no, you didn't. That was before. I thought there was something going on. Oh, my gosh. Okay. I got scared, man. All of a sudden, my phone started blowing up. Here we go. Canker sore, typical Broncos fan. No, dude, I don't know how... I don't know why I get canker sores. When I bite my lip, it turns into a canker sore. What can I say? It's not too often when I start the show where all of a sudden my phone is like blown up, but that's exactly what's happened. I've got a bunch of text messages, and normally that's a sign that something's gone sideways. And then I got people calling my phone when I'm on air. It's like, what are we doing here? It's like, come on, man. All right, 503-248-0620 is your telephone number. But that's, I don't understand. It's like Washington, Oregon, and California, they're kind of lock in step with their policies, but that's not a good thing. My dad is livid right now with the property tax, and they got the new gas tax they, shoved down our throats and pushed through, getting all sneaky and stuff. And now they got the, quote, millionaire tax. And where's that money going, by the way, too? Anyways, it's just a good way to ruin things, higher taxes. But the best states to live in right now are the ones with less regulation, no state income tax. And that's just the way it goes. So we'll see how that continues to shake out. Now, the good thing is about the Blazers tonight, the Utah Jazz are in town, so it's a great opportunity for Portland to get a win as a big favorite. But they kick off this road trip, a 5-game road trip. Now, if you look at the standings right now for Portland, if they're right now 10th in the West, they're at least at the very minimum going to be 10th. They are a game and a half behind the Warriors for 9th, and they are now 2.5 games behind the Clippers, who are in 8th. So I no longer consider the Warriors to be a team to be concerned about because they're going to continue to free fall. Steph Curry's going to be out, I would think, for the rest of the year, and the Warriors are playing like they don't really care. But the Clippers are legit. I've watched them the last couple of games. They just pounded the Timberwolves into submission. Their offense has been tremendous. Kawhi Leonard's playing great basketball, and their defense has been surprisingly locked in. So I would guess now that the best case scenario for the Blazers with 16 games to go would be 9th, which means that you would host the Warriors in the 9-10 matchup and then play the loser of the Suns-Clippers game to see if you can advance into the postseason as the 8th seed. I just don't know or think right now with how Portland is trending comparative to how the Clippers are trending, that they're going to be able to overtake that 2.5 games with the Clippers. Now, they do get the Clippers twice, but the Blazers are going to need to play much better basketball if they want to compete with them. So that's kind of what we're looking at. So, but, the plan, good experience for Portland, getting a chance to get a look at these young guys. And the good thing is if you look at the injury report now, the Blazers are basically at full health, aside from Shaedon Sharpe. Denny Avdia's not in the injury report. Chris Murray's not in the injury report. Like, they're a fully healthy squad aside from Shaedon. So all I'm hoping for is that over the next 16 games that they get a chance to develop some continuity, hopefully play their better basketball or their best basketball as they go into the play-in. And then we'll see how things continue to shake out. My other thought, too, if you're looking at who the next Sam Darnold is going to be, I'm really excited to watch I'm really pumped to watch Kyler Murray with Minnesota. I love Coach O'Connell and his ability to work with quarterbacks, but, Murray's actually, I think, handled this pretty smartly or wisely, where he signed a one-year deal. If he goes in and kills it and O'Connell's able to perform his quarterback magic, then Murray is going to put himself in a position to where he can sign another big contract and get that second opportunity. So what I want to know is he going to be willing to put in the time and the work that is necessary to be able to get that done? Because if you work hard, the key guys, if you're a quarterback that's kind of been discarded after being drafted at number 1 or in the top 5, the best coaches to lock on with right now are either Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, or Coach O'Connell with the Vikings. Because those 3 guys are geniuses. I would say you could probably throw Matt LaFleur into that category as well, depending on what Malik Willis does. But those are kind of the guys. You get with those guys if you struggled as a quarterback, and you should be just fine. And we'll see how it shakes out. But I'm anxious to watch Kyler Murray. And the weird part is, like, when you think Kyler Murray, I think he's been kind of there's no in between. He's either on fire, playing big-time football, or he goes through these stretches where he plays bad football. But if you look at his numbers overall throughout the course of his career, he's been very productive. And a lot of these numbers are numbers that a lot of teams would take. So his first 2 years, 19 and 20 in the NFL, he played the full complement of games, 16 and 16. First year, 64% completion, 3,700 yards, 20 touchdowns, 12 picks. In year number 2, he threw for almost 4,000 yards, 26 touchdowns, and 12 picks, with a completion percentage of 67%. And in year 3 and 21, played 14 games, nearly 3,800 yards, 24 touchdowns, 10 picks, and just under 70% completion percentage. But that's been kind of his MO. In 24, 68% completion, 3,800 yards, 21 touchdowns, 11 picks. Like, the talent is there, and he's an electric athlete. I'm anxious to see him working with a quarterback coach like O'Connell. Good things could happen. All right, Damian Lillard's coming up at 4:20. 503-248-0620 is your telephone number. Sean Hyken is going to join me next. I'm here at the Pines getting ready for the Blazers and Jazz, and I appreciate your time. Hope you're enjoying your Friday. The weather outside is hideous right now. I went through bad rain into light rain, back into bad rain, all the way down to the Moda Center. Horrific. All right, let's do this, man. Dame coming up at 4:20. Don't miss it. And we'll have a 4-pack of tickets courtside to give away for the Remix game on Tuesday. Listen to the 5th quarter tonight when I join Brendan Slaughter for your chance to win. Yeah, we're running a tight operation around here today. I go to break after the opening segment to the show, and Shacker's like, oh, yeah, they don't have any commercials scheduled because of the OSA games we were playing. And I'm like, well, I'm not sure we can just play Genesis the entire way, but we thought about it. So there you go. But Sean Heiken, our Trailblazer insider from RoseGardenReport.com, is here with me now. And, Sean, it's great to see you, my friend. The Blazers, this should tell you everything you need to know about the Utah Jazz right now. Portland, of all teams, a 15.5-point favorite over the Utah Jazz. That's insane.
I think the Jazz would like for it to go that way.
Yeah.
That's my assessment of this game.
I mean, the way I've watched the Jazz play a couple of games of late, including a couple of nights ago against the New York Knicks, they were up big on fire in the first half, up by 19, and the Knicks slowly chipped away, and by the time they got into the fourth quarter, they built nearly a 20-point lead as the Jazz almost just right on cue pulled the plug.
That's been how they've done. I mean, they got fined a ton of money for that over a couple months ago, and so that's. But I mean, that's just kind of the MO this season. You know, they trade for Jaren Jackson, and then he gets this knee surgery, and then Lauri Markkanen is out dealing with some stuff. Like this is kind of. I'll just say this: they've done this for the last few years. Hasn't really worked out for them in the lottery. They had the 5th pick last year. They had the 10th pick, I think, the year before. They better work for them this time because I don't think they just traded for Jaren Jackson, and so I think the idea is they're going to try to be decent next year, and so better hope this works out for them.
All right, that loss a couple of nights ago against Charlotte was disappointing because the Blazers in the first quarter into the first half of the second quarter were playing great basketball. They built a 19-point lead, and then the Hornets slowly chipped away. Here's what I want to know from you: in the losses when things don't go well for Portland, what is the common denominator? Is it turnovers? Is it lack of three-point shooting? Is it the rebounding? What are you seeing that's when the Blazers have issues? What's the key component that leads to that?
Well, the shooting has been a problem the whole season, but we knew that about the roster going in. The thing that's kind of baffling to me, and a couple guys talked about this yesterday after practice, is the rebounding, especially the offensive rebounding. Why is you've got two great rebounders as your two centers that are playing, Donovan Clingan and Robert Williams. How is that something that you're at a disadvantage at a lot of these nights?
Yeah, that's the part I don't understand. The Hornets did a great job and had a big edge in second chance points in that game a couple of nights ago. So, I think for the Blazers right now, it's funny, we were talking about the Warriors for an extended period of time about, can they overtake the Warriors? But now all of a sudden, I don't think the Warriors are the team to worry about because I'm not even sure they really care too much about the standings right now. But I've watched the Clippers play a lot over the last couple of weeks. They're playing really good basketball. Kawhi Leonard's coming off a big night with 45 points. But more importantly, they're locked in defensively. The Clippers look really legit right now.
Yeah, and I mean, the two times they've played them this season, the first one was at the very beginning of the season in LA. They lost by 7, and that was the second or third game, fourth game maybe of the season. That was before all the Blazers guys started getting hurt, so that was something close to the ideal version of the team. And they hung with the Clippers, and this was also back when the Clippers, their season was kind of off to a disastrous start. They lost that one. And then a couple months later, the first time they played here, they lost to them, and that was the game where Brook Lopez hit, I forget, he had 11 threes or something.
Yeah.
So they've got, the thing is, I mean, as far as whether do I think they are going to end up catching them in the standings, I don't think so. I think the Clippers, to your point, are playing much better basketball over the last couple months than these guys have been. If they want to do it, they've got 2 more games against them. They've got one in LA on the 31st, and then I think second to last game of the regular season is here against the Clippers. Winning at least one of those would help. But to your point also, Chad, I think the Warriors are just kind of dead on arrival. I think we just a couple days ago they said Steph is going to be out for another 10 days. I think at this point there's no real point in bringing him back. So I'm expecting the Blazers to finish 9th and host the Warriors in the 9-10 game here at Moda Center and probably win that game just because, again, the Warriors seem like they're done. They're just completely, listless right now. I don't think that's a real threat. And then, would then play either the Clippers or the Suns, it sounds like. And, based on what we've seen over the last couple of months, would I pick the Blazers to win a road play-in game against either one of those teams if the other team is reasonably healthy? No, I would not.
It has been nice to see Scoot the last 2 games bounce back and rediscover his shooting touch. Very, very, I think important for him just to get out of that lull he was in during the road trip.
Well, that road trip was just so bad on so many levels for him. Not even, it was like the turnovers, and then also just like he could not make a shot for like 3 games straight.
Yeah.
And it was like there's no, like, that's definitely an outlier. Just like, remember last season he had that game where he hit like 10 threes and he scored 39 points against the Nets.
Yeah.
That was an outlier. This stuff was an outlier the other way. And so, seeing him have that game against Indiana where you're like, okay, maybe this 5-game road trip where he struggled was just a blip. And then the Charlotte game was a little bit of a mixed bag for him. I thought he was awesome in the first half. It was like a continuation of what he was doing in the Indy game, and then the second half it just kind of got away from him a little bit.
Blazer fans, not just Blazer fans, but sports fans, we always like to go to the extreme. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, Scoot's a bust." I don't know how you have enough data to be able to make that determination. I think Scoot has shown flashes of brilliance, and he's also shown flashes of big-time struggles. I just don't really know what he is yet because I haven't seen enough. So I don't really know what type of determination to make. I know that he's got the work ethic, which is great, and I know he's got physical tools and abilities that are top-notch, but I need to see it over a course of time, over a longer stretch.
Yeah, that's just kind of been the case for Scoot really his whole career. His first season was pretty rough, and then he was also dealing with some injuries in there. He missed some time with the ankle early on.
That's right, yeah, the ankle.
Just when he was starting to play well early on in his rookie season. Last year was not very good the first half of the season, and then much better the second half. And then this year with the injury, it's never a great sign when you're going into year 4 with your number 3 overall pick, and you're looking at it like, well, he's had some really good stretches, and then he's also struggled. We just don't really know. By this time, because they're going to have to make a decision on him this summer as far as him being extension eligible. Is that something you want to commit to long term with him? Have you seen enough to make that decision, or are you going to try to ride it out with restricted free agency the following summer, or do you look to move on? They were hoping that this season was going to be the year that you see him healthy for a full year coming off of that strong second half of the season, and then you'd know enough after seeing him for a full season to be able to figure out what he is and where he fits into your plans long term. And then obviously the injury happens before training camp. He misses the first 51 games of the season, and now you're just kind of back in the same spot.
Yeah, that's interesting. The one thing that's jumped out at me, too, with Coach Splitter, we were curious. You and I have talked about this, about what his rotations would look like as the season moved along. Well, it appears that he's leaning on his vets in crunch time.
Yeah, that's been interesting because the two guys that I've noticed the last couple of games, at least while the games have been competitive, the Indy game was a blowout, so some different guys got in. The two guys that have kind of been on the outside looking in, who have been so important to them a lot of the season, one is Blake Wesley.
Yeah.
Hasn't really been playing much the last week or so. And then the other one is Sidy Cissoko.
Yeah.
Who, Chris Murray was out with the illness. He's been getting some of those backup wing minutes, especially now that Denny is back and there's a bit of a minutes crunch, and City's kind of been on the outside looking in. And I'm not even saying it's necessarily the wrong decision, because there's just, now that they've got just about everybody on the team healthy, except for, putting Dame out of it, because we knew the whole season that wasn't going to be a factor. But besides Dame, Shaedon's the only guy that they don't have available right now. And it's like, okay, Thibault is back. He's been playing well. So it's like there's just guys that are not going to be able to get in.
Yeah, that's very interesting to me. And, I guess that's one good thing. Like you mentioned, the team basically at full health aside from Shaedon right now. So at least over the next 16 games, it'll give them a chance to play the same guys, assuming health, and then maybe develop some continuity that they haven't had an opportunity to build yet this year because of all the guys who have been in and out.
Well, it's now or never, because they got 16 games left in the season. They're going to be in the play-in. You want to string enough wins together to be able to avoid 10th, so you have to play 2 play-in games on the road. The good news is that their schedule coming up is, we talked about this Jazz game a little bit. They need to win their next 4. The next 4 games they have in a row is all 4 of those games are if they don't win those games, and that's not good. They've got Utah tonight. We've talked about them. Utah is firmly trying to lose games. Then they start this road trip on Sunday. They're in Philly. Philly is not going to have Embiid or Maxey.
Yeah, major advantage.
So that's a game they should win. And then the next night they play in Brooklyn, which that's another team that's very much playing for the lottery.
Back-to-back games, you're right, Philly and Brooklyn.
And then Indy, who they just blew out, and Indy's also in the same mode. So these next 4 games they got, because then the last 2 games of this road trip are in Minnesota and Denver, and those are 2 teams that these guys have not looked good against pretty much I mean, they play Minnesota tough 2 of the 3 games, but like those are 2 games I expect them to lose, Minnesota and Denver. So these next 4 that are quote unquote like games they should win, they got to take care of those. And you saw them do that the other night against Indy. You saw them do that in Memphis and Chicago on that last road trip, but they got to continue doing that if nothing else.
Yeah, Denver went through, a rough patch for about a week or just over a week, but the last 2 games they blew out Houston and had an excellent come-from-behind victory last night in San Antonio.
Yeah.
So they appear to play well. And you're right, Minnesota's just a challenging matchup for Portland because of their length and, Anthony Edwards is tough, but their defense is really good. They're locked in. I like the way Minnesota's playing right now. Even though they've had a couple of tough games in L.A. against the Lakers and the Clippers, but tonight they're going to be at Golden State, so you would expect Minnesota to probably bounce back and get a win tonight, I would expect.
It would be helpful to the Blazers if they did that.
All right, I saw the reporting that came out from, I think it was OPB, about the Blazers utilizing lobbyists to pressure the officials locally to be able to get the funding that they want. I don't know why that was. It was painted like somehow the Blazers are like the evil empire that have hired lobbyists, but to me that's like standard protocol. When you need something from your local officials, you have lobbyists to do your work, right? That's just normal business.
That was kind of my reaction too when I read that story, and it was, it was good reporting, and it was, it's good to get that stuff out there because there should always be as much transparency about this kind of stuff as possible for the public, especially with, where tax dollars are going. But I read that story and I was just like, okay, so you're telling me that a giant corporation who wants some money from the government used lobbyists to help secure that money? That's okay, that's crazy.
I would think they were crazy if they didn't have lobbyists.
Exactly. I mean,
right?
this is how this stuff works. I mean, that's just how this stuff works. I read that story and I was like, okay, that's maybe some of the the language in there and the scare tactics about like if you guys don't give us this money, the team is going to move. Maybe some of that is maybe doesn't look great on the page, but this is literally just how this stuff gets done all the time.
Yes, and as we know from the reporting that's been done about the negotiating that went down between Dundon and the officials in Charlotte for the hockey team and the renovations there with the arena, it gets messy. It gets a little bit messy, but you use that pressure, and through that process you get to the point where you get things done.
Yeah, and it seems like so far everything has gone pretty smoothly as far as, it's past the state legislature. The county and the city have to get their part of it buttoned up. As far as I've heard, that's all on course to happen. We know that the sale is going to get approved at the end of the month at the Board of Governors meeting in New York. And then, we'll see what happens with the lease, but I think the lease, that should be... That's the kind of thing where there's no way that they aren't already like talking behind the scenes about like what they want. So I think it's all gonna get settled pretty I don't know the timing exactly on when everything's gonna be official, but nothing I've heard so far has led me to believe that it's not gonna go as planned.
Yeah, and the good thing is it sounds like this lease 20 years.
Yep.
So you get Dundon on board for 20 years like that. That's security right there.
Yeah.
I love that.
That's what they wanted.
Now, the other thing that's coming up next Tuesday, you're going to be on the road trip with the Blazers, but on the 17th, I'm taking the Dog and Pony Show out to Child's Center for a remix game.
Let's go. Is this your first one?
My first one, buddy. And tonight we're going to give away a 4-pack of tickets on fifth quarter for courtside seats for the remix. And you've got me all pumped up because you've gone to a ton of games for the remix, and you like the setup at Child's. I think it's great. Affordable, family-friendly entertainment.
I've really enjoyed going to remix games. I go as much as I can, with Blazers schedule permitting. Unfortunately, this final little homestand that they have, I'm not going to be able to go to any of those games because I'm going to be on this road trip with the Blazers, so I won't be in town. But no, it's great. It's great. I have friends who have like small children, and I tell them, hey, you should, if you guys don't want to pay for Blazer tickets, you should take the kids to a remix game. You're basically like, it's like watching, obviously it's not fully like NBA level talent, but it's like some NBA, NBA adjacent, like close to NBA talent. You're basically watching in a high school gym and you're paying like $5 or $10. It's great. And it's, especially I don't know the exact plans for assignments, but considering everybody's healthy, you're probably going to get to see young Hansen play in some of these.
And Hansen, you said, has been great down there.
He's looked really good in the G League especially the last couple of weeks that he's been playing down there. He looks a lot more like he looked at Summer League in the G League than he looks. And now part of that is obviously the competition level is not as high in the NBA as it is, and neither is like the size or the physicality, but he gets to be out there and he gets to play the way that he was playing at Summer League in terms of they basically run the offense through him as kind of this hub as a big man. Blazers, their roster is not really set up for him to be able to do that, especially as a rookie with the physicality, lagging behind, and also just the language barrier, all that stuff. But the G League has been a great spot for him to actually be able to get real extended minutes playing that way, and he's looked pretty comfortable. You'll see it on whatever day you're going to be out there. You'll see it.
Yeah, I'm pumped. I can't wait to see it. I had something else on my mind I was going to ask you about. I went back and watched the game. I wanted to reserve judgment before I made any.
The Charlotte?
No. The bold proclamations. I watched the Bam game.
Oh.
What was your takeaway on that?
If it was that easy to grift your way into scoring 83 points with just by doing shenanigans with free throws, a lot more people would have done it than this. So
yeah.
That's just kind of where I land on it. Yes, anytime you get into any element of somebody, is chasing some all-time, record or whatever it is, there's always going to be something where it's not above board and the game is a blow. But only 3 players have ever scored more than 80 points in a game, and it hasn't happened. The Kobe game was 20 years ago, so if it was that much of a
it was January
cheat
of
code,
26.
You don't think somebody would have done it by then if it was that easy?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. January of 06. I remember where I was at when that went down.
Yep.
And no, I don't blame Bam. If you're in a position to surpass 80 points, you simply have to go for it.
Yeah. I mean, I'll bet Dame wishes a few of those threes went in his 71-point game because he could have had even more.
He does.
Yeah.
I think what made Dame's performance, that 71-point game against Houston, so nice is I think it was 14 free throws. 14 of 14 at the line.
Funny story about the Dame 71-point game. So after that game, he comes into the locker room, and he has a blue Band-Aid on the inside of your elbow where they stick needles and stuff.
Yeah.
It was a total coincidence, but his random league drug test was that night. And so it was literally he was so good that they had to drug test him, even though it was just a totally random drug test. Yeah. But it would just happen to have him come right after he dropped 71. You cannot make that up.
Dude, what's amazing is I remember talking to Lo Neal when I worked with him. The drug testing in the NFL and NBA is the same way. Lo was telling me that you could be on vacation, you could be somewhere where you don't think anyone's going to find you, and all of a sudden the guy that shows up with the drug testing,
with the needle and stuff,
you have to do it right there.
Yeah, I get it.
No questions asked.
It's random, and it's just really funny that they happened to have Dame's random drug test on the night that he scored 71 points. So we were all joking about that afterwards. He thought it was funny, obviously.
That was pretty cool. The 71 for Dame is pretty good. I would have thought, I'm not surprised if someone hit 83 points. I just wouldn't have picked someone like Bam. No. I would have thought it'd be a Dame or a Devin Booker type, someone that's going to take and
Steph
make a lot of threes. Steph Curry.
Is Bam even a career 20-point-a-game scorer? Is that even his average? I don't think it is. I think he's averaged 20 points a game twice in his career.
Yeah.
So he's not the guy. I mean, the reason Bam's a great player is because of what he does defensively and the other stuff that he does. He's not a scorer. He's not even the guy on his own team that I would have guessed was going to score. If you told me, hey, Tyler Hero was unconscious from 3 and he hit a bunch of, he ended up scoring 80 points, I'd be like, all right, that sounds plausible.
Yeah, this is what's amazing is that his previous career high prior to the 83 points was 41.
Yep.
That's a significant increase of
he had that at
42
half the other
points.
Night. Yeah, it's crazy.
All right, so tonight, what are you looking forward to hearing from Tiago Splitter in the pregame press conference?
Honestly, man, tonight is just
take care of business.
Get through tonight with nobody getting hurt, and
that's really what it's all about.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, enjoy your road trip. Thanks for the insight on the remix. I'm pumped to be out there. I'll let you know how that goes, and we look forward to following you on the road trip. That's Sean Hyken. He's our Trailblazer insider from RoseGardenReport.com. Read him, support him. He does the best job of local coverage in the town. It's not even close. Damian Lillard going to join the show coming up at 4:20. So make a little mental reminder. 4:20, Damian Lillard on the Rip City Drive. Tip off with the Jazz coming up at 7 here on your home of the Blazers, Rip City Radio 620.
6 a.m. flight tomorrow morning. I'm not happy about it.
6 a.m.? What airline?
Southwest.
All right, Miranda has chimed in. And like usual, nothing nice to say to me. Hey, dear Skunk Vomit, good afternoon, Mr. Doing. Topic 1, canker sore. Cure suggestion, amputate. Topic 2, should listeners assume that you will get to discussing the World Baseball Classic in July or August? Warmest regards, Miranda. And I just responded to her and said I would love to drink espresso with the Italians in their dugout. I'm a coffee guy, and I think the fact that that's something I would have come up with. Why don't we do shots of espresso after we hit home runs? Her response, come on, dude, the only Italian you know is that innuendo is an Italian suppository. Now, Miranda, I understand. Look, I'm just ashamed of Team USA. They advanced because of the Italians, all right? They got to be better. But I appreciate your insight. I did watch that video of Clayton Kershaw pitching to Pat McAfee, where anytime Pat McAfee got contact, Kershaw would have to donate $1,000 to his charity. And then anytime it was a strike with no contact, McAfee had to donate $1,000 to Kershaw's charity. But there you have it. 503-248-0620. Also, Travis is very happy because he got to meet the big dumper at the hotel in Houston because the Blazers are playing there last week against the Rockets. And so he's pretty happy about that. Andy Pettit was bumping around. I don't think he ran into Andy Pettit, who he loves. He also got to talk to Kyle Schwarber. So Travis is very happy about that. All right, 503-248-0620 is your telephone number. Damian Lillard going to join the show coming up at 4:20. And then tonight on the fifth quarter, when I join Brendan following the game against the Utah Jazz, we're going to have a 4-pack of tickets courtside for the remix. That game's going to be on Tuesday. And I'll be out there doing my show from Chow Center on Tuesday. So your chance to win some tickets tonight to check out the remix. And I'm looking forward to going. I have not been to a remix game. And I'm going to get out there and check out the scene and see what it's all about. But we have a 4-pack of tickets we'll give away tonight on fifth quarter. And all you have to do is listen to me for your chance to win. 503-248-0620 is your telephone number. Michael Shacker is with me. And Brendan Slaughter's got game day coming up at 5 o'clock. But hope you're enjoying your Friday. The weather outside is a little bit hideous right now, but I think we got some drier weather here in the near future, which is nice. Also, did you see where the Ravens, Trey Hendrickson, the former Bengal, had no issues getting through his physical with the team? And my guess is you pass physicals much easier when you don't have 2 first-round picks attached to your name. And we'll see how that works out. But I think, I just think Baltimore in that situation with Max Crosby, they got cold feet. I don't think this is too hard to figure out. I think the Ravens are a team that, they wanted to have draft picks. I think when they realized they're going to have a chance to land Trey Hendrickson, they said, you know what, let's back out on the deal. We'll keep our first-round picks, and we'll get a guy in Hendrickson who may not be at the level of Crosby but is close, and he can come in and be a big-time player. And he signed a 4-year, $112 million deal, which gets $60 million in guaranteed money. But, you got to be dangerous. The way the game works in sports, and I think most of you understand this, is it's an agent game. So when you do deals, you've got to keep your word when it comes to dealing with an agency. When you back out and you wrong one of their players, then all of a sudden you can have difficulty getting deals done in the future if you're dealing with an agency that represents a lot of guys. It's the same situation with the Blazers and Jeremy Grant. When they made the trade for Grant, they had to have assurances that Grant would re-sign a deal. And so in order to get those assurances, you have to agree loosely in terms to the amount of money and what the deal is going to look like. And then you get the player to agree to re-sign on a handshake deal, and then the Blazers give up draft compensation to bring in Jeremy Grant. And that's how that deal got done, because in order to make it work, you're not going to trade for Grant if he's going to walk after the year. So you've got to get him to agree to re-sign so you don't lose the asset. And then, the team and the agency comes up with a number, and you got to follow through on that stuff. The Ravens did not do that. So it could impact how they get business done in the future. But that's really what it comes down to. You've got to be very careful in how you deal with players, how you deal with their agency. And if you back out on a deal, you got to be careful, because if you upset the apple cart, you may have a hard time getting deals done in the future. And that's really what it comes down to. Now, one thing to keep in mind, the tournament field will be set this weekend, and then we'll have our bracket for March Madness, which is going to be pretty awesome. I'm going to be down multiple times at Spirit Mountain Casino from the BetMGM Sportsbook throughout the course of the tournament. But, I have buddies, and it's a great idea, but they do annual trips down to Vegas for the opening round of the NCAA tournament, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If you don't want the expense of taking off to Vegas, then one way to do it is to take off and head to Spirit Mountain Casino. And then you can spend a weekend down there, save money, and then you can hang out and be able to watch the games and get all of that stuff done, which is nice. That's really what it comes down to. So I would encourage you to head down to Spirit Mountain Casino next weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's a great place to take in the games, watch the tournament, and then they've got all the stuff right there with in-game betting on the kiosk machines. You can get your bets in at the counter, parlays, teasers, totals, prop bets, future bets, anything and everything you could possibly want in one spot. That's really what it comes down to. And the tournament's going to be fun. I mean, it's hard to see. Right now, you look at really a couple of teams, Arizona and Duke. They look like they're far superior to everybody else, but you know how the tournament goes. It's rarely a chalk situation. There's always going to be upsets. So the question is, who is it going to be? And I'm a bit of an Oklahoma Sooner fan because of my time in Oklahoma, and they've been on a tear of late. And if they win tonight against Arkansas, which is going to be a tough game, they're a 7.5-point dog, that might be enough to get them off the bubble and into the tournament. But we'll have to wait and see what takes place. Blazers and Jazz coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. The Blazers pretty much fully healthy, aside from Shaden Sharp. Denny Abdi is out the injury report. The Blazers pretty much at full health. The Jazz are in a tanking-type situation. So this will be an expected victory for Portland tonight. And then they're going to take off on the 5-game road trip, which starts Sunday, Monday in Philadelphia and then Brooklyn. So for the Blazers right now, I think it's very simple. 16 games to go. You know, they can, the best they can get up to is would be 8th, but you're probably looking at 9th. But right now, I think the key is just to get everyone on the same page, develop some continuity now that you have all your players back, and then you'll be in a position to make things happen. That's really what it comes down to. Play your best basketball going into the play-in tournament, and then we'll see how things shake out. Now, the cool thing about my conversation with Dame coming up, definitely going to get his take on some of the young guys, including Donovan and Denny. I'll ask him about the new owner, Tom Dunn, and get his thoughts on that. We'll talk about his new luxury sports lounge that just opened up last week. Honorable mention. Want to get his take on, being back in Portland, being back home where he wants to be, and what it's like for him after playing basketball his entire life to all of a sudden be in a situation where he's sitting and doing nothing. I want to know what he's learned by observing the game, something he hasn't had an opportunity to do. And then, we'll see what else he has to say. I also want to know if he's 100%. Is that Achilles 100%? Is he close to 100%? Where is he at? So Dame's going to join the show coming up at 4:20. If you want to jump on board and share your thoughts, 503-248-0620 is your telephone number. And Brendan Slaughter's got Blazers game day coming up at 5 o'clock. I'm here at Moda Center just chilling. Blazers and Jazz coming up at 7. And Damian Lillard going to join the show coming up at 4:20. You got the Rip City Drive on your home of the Blazers, Rip City Radio 620. All right, Damian Lillard going to join me on the Rip City Drive coming up in 20 minutes at 4:20. We'll talk about his love of Portland and being back in town, his thoughts on the young squad with the Blazers, and his insight on new owner Tom Dundon. Damian Lillard at 4:20. The Trailblazers are going to look to bounce back after their loss Tuesday to the Hornets. The Jazz are in town. Tip-off tonight from Moda at 7, and Brendan Slaughter going to have Game Day Live from Moda at 5. Coming up on the fifth quarter tonight following the game, we have a 4-pack of courtside tickets for the Rip City Remix Tuesday's game from Childs Center. Just listen to the fifth quarter for your chance to win. Portland tonight is favored by 15.5 points over the Jazz. Seahawks General Manager John Schneider says the state's new income tax on high earners could be a disadvantage for the franchise. I needed this song on a Friday. Everything about this song right here just shouts weekend, Saturday morning, the Friday workday ending. It doesn't get any better than this. Give me some volume on this, Shacker. All right, Damian Lillard going to join the show coming up at 4:20. Your telephone number, if you want to join me, is 503-248-0620. I'm hanging out on the concourse by myself right now. Like, literally no one's around. And I like that. I'm just chilling. The weather outside, a little bit stinky. But the Blazers tonight, a chance to get back on track. They're fully healthy aside from Shaden, so I would expect them to win. And the Jazz are, they're doing a heck of a job. They're actively tanking and doing everything they can to lose basketball games right now. And if Portland gets a win tonight, they'll improve to 4-0 on the season against the Jazz. But most excited about Dame coming up at 4:20 and getting a chance to talk about a variety of different things. You know, the great part about Dame is, one, he's always been terrific with the media, but he's also has always been really good about sharing his thoughts on a variety of different topics, whether it's, different interests that he's got going on, like with this new club, Honorable Mention, which is open in downtown now. The basketball team, his insight. And he's getting older now. He's not a spring chicken. And he loves being a father. And it's got to be weird for a guy like him who's played basketball his whole life to all of a sudden have a bunch of free time and be able to partake in activities with his kids, with school and different things that he would normally have never had the opportunity to do. So I would imagine on some levels that's been nice for him. And at the same time, having the game that you know so well and love so much and have played for so long taken away where you can't play, that's got to drive him crazy. So I'll ask him about that too, because I know from, talking with him before the year that he said it was going to drive him just crazy to not be able to go out there and play. 503-248-0620. My man David Michaelis has chimed in. Here's a question for my 14-year-old. What is the most embarrassing thing that has happened to you on the basketball court? And that's from Ileana. Now, my guess is that that's meant for Dame. What would you say is the most embarrassing thing that's happened to Dame on a basketball court? Is there anything? Dame's one of those guys that's always so composed and so cool out there. I gotta rack my brain on that to see if I can come up with something that might be. Everyone's had those goofy moments. The NBA used to have those commercials back in the day where they would do like bloopers, and there were guys that did some funny stuff. Or you put up a shot, or you have a play that doesn't go your way, or you run into somebody else. And when I think of like embarrassing moments, I think of like Mark Sanchez running into a butt and fumbling, the butt fumble. But yeah, looking forward to talking with Dame. And it's going to be great to see him back on the floor next year. And there's going to be so many things that are going to go down over the course of the next few months with the new owner, Tom Dundon, coming in too. What's the roster going to look like? How aggressive is he going to want to be out of the gates? I did see that report from OPB about the Blazers, having lobbyists to be able to work the local officials to try and get the funding they need. That seems like pretty standard business to me. You want to bring in all the guns. You want to have as many lobbyists as possible. You want to be organized, and you want to make sure you know exactly what you're doing in your approach and your attack. So I have no issue with that whatsoever. I would be concerned if a team with as much power as the Blazers didn't have lobbyists. That's just standard operating procedure. And David just chimed back in. Sorry, yes, from his daughter to Dame, humanizing these guys. She looks up to him like a basketball god. Yeah, and I think that's what's great about Dame. He's just a dude. And I'm going to warn him, too, about his kids. I don't remember the exact ages, but, I got, my daughter with the sneak-out thing a couple of weeks ago. It's not that she snuck out that drives me crazy. I was having another conversation with her the other night. It's the deception and the lies that they went to cover up their tracks. But I'll warn them about the burner apps now. My daughter and her friend used a burner app to compose a text message to send to my daughter's friend's dad to try and cover their tracks, pretending to be me. It's a good thing I did not have that type of technology in my hands when I was that age. I would have got myself into all sorts of trouble. I mean, at least it was, I still got in trouble, but at least it was a simpler time back then. But the technology just makes things too easy. It's bizarre. Wild. 503-248-0620 is your telephone number. We got conference tournaments going on right now. The field of 68, or whatever the number is now, is going to be set on Sunday. And we'll get a chance to see what the bracket's going to look like. I can't wait to get down to Spirit Mountain. It's going to be fun to hang out and watch some basketball. And I just wish the game, college hoop, I used to watch it all the time when I was younger. I still like the game, and I love the tournament. I just preferred it when I knew, year in to year out who was going to be on each team. Now with the portal and so much player movement, a lot of one-and-dones, it's just a different type of game. But back when I was younger, you knew who the UNLV Running Rebels were going to have and who was going to be on the team, especially when they're coming back defending their title. Christian Laettner played at Duke for 4 years. Bobby Hurley, Grant Hill, all those guys were there, so you had a chance to follow them. My favorite college basketball team of all time, the Sooners, back in 87-88 when they lost the title game to Kansas. I still remember the starting five. Ricky Grace, Dave Seeger, Mookie Blaylock, Harvey Grant, former Trailblazer, and Stacey King. That starting five was amazing. I still can't believe they lost to Kansas in the title game. But it's just different now. But the tournament is still awesome. And I thought last year's tournament, much more chalky last year with the teams that advanced. But I thought last year's tournament was terrific. And the Final Four was really good. And that Houston-Duke game was probably my favorite game of the tournament, with Houston's, come-from-behind victory in the final closing moments. So I enjoy the tournament. I think it's great. 503-248-0620 is your telephone number. Dame's going to join me coming up here at 4:20, and then Brendan Slaughter is going to come by at 5. He'll have your Blazers game day to get you ready for the Jazz. The game against the Hornets here and that was disappointing just because the Blazers came out of the gate playing so well. But, just slowly the Hornets started to chip away from the middle of the second quarter on. So I guess what I'm looking for, the common denominators, the three-point shooting, they started out hot. I think they hit 7 of 12 in the first quarter, and then, the shooting percentage started to go away. But that's been an issue throughout the course of the season based on the roster composition. I think the two biggest issues that I see are, one, turnovers. When they start coughing it up at an alarming rate to allow teams to get easy buckets, especially with the live ball turnovers. But the other thing, too, is the offensive rebounding. When the Blazers offensive rebound well, and Klingon is a major part of that, they're usually able to dominate second chance points, and that was not the case on Tuesday. So those are the two things, offensive rebounding and turnovers. And for the Blazers, and, this is kind of my talking point after the game on Tuesday, is that, they're not good enough to just show up and win. They've got to take care of business in the margins. So those are the things I'm going to keep an eye on tonight. Turnovers, offensive rebounds, and as they continue to press forward, they've got a number of winnable games coming up. I just want to see them take care of business in the margins to make sure that they're dialed in, and that they're doing the little things that are necessary to be able to have success. Now, Denny Avdia looked better on Tuesday. I would expect Denny, after 2 days off and having a couple of games under his belt, to continue to really start to assert himself. One thing we're seeing from Coach Splitter is a willingness to keep the vets in late in games. He's kind of leaning on those guys, which makes sense because they're trying to win. But also Denny Avdia, now that he's healthy, starting to take on more of a load in terms of getting back to being the main primary facilitator, handling the rock more to where he can penetrate or set up his teammates, and, of course, be able to get to the foul line. So I love watching that. It's Denny Avdia is great. He's my favorite player on the team right now. Love watching him, but I love the physicality. A lot of guys, they say they enjoy physicality, but some guys, they'll shy away from it, but that's not Denny. He loves to be physical. He loves being able to attack in the paint. He's really crafty with that gather move to be able to get to the free throw line. He just does a lot of the little things really well that I enjoy. So we'll see. 503-248-0620 if you want to jump on board. Dame's going to join us, and we'll get his take on a variety of different things. This weekend, just remember, coming up in the fifth quarter, I've got that 4-pack of tickets for the remix. I have not been. Sean Eiken's been a ton. He says it's great out there, but we're going to give away a 4-pack of courtside tickets. We'll do it on fifth quarter tonight, so you just got to listen. We'll probably do it when I join Brendan for the it'll probably be about the second segment when I join him for the recap, but just be sure to stay tuned on that. Right now, Iowa State is up 14-2 early in the first half on number 2 Arizona in the Big 12 conference tournament. Some of the other games that are going on right now, St. John's on top of Seton Hall 52-36. Tulsa in 3 overtimes top North Texas 90-84. And Toledo over UMass 77-67. And Vandy topped Tennessee 75-68. So there you have it. There you go. And according to the Falcons, Tua is going to compete with Michael Penix for a starting job. It's actually a pretty good opportunity for Tua. He signed a 1-year, $1.3 million contract. I think that was a good landing spot. Probably not as good as Kyler Murray going to Minnesota, but the advantage of going to Atlanta, there's a good chance that Penix, based on his injury history, will probably get hurt again. He's still recovering from the left ACL surgery in November. So this is going to give an opportunity for Tua to get on the field and play and showcase what he can do. And I think Tua's got talent. I think the biggest concern about him is just his health with the concussions. But get out there, showcase what you can do, and maybe you can land another big contract. And that's really the deal with Kyler Murray. But I think we're going to see this now year in and year out is who's going to be the next Sam Darnold? Who's going to be the next quarterback to be able to find the right landing spot to be able to, reshape how people view them with their play. And for Kyler Murray, I think it's just showing up, putting in the work, going through the preparation, working with Coach O'Connell I think will be helpful because he can show him how to, really study and game plan and get that process down. It's my guess is for a guy like Kyler, so talented in high school and college, where he probably didn't have to put in a ton of prep time because he was so gifted that he could just go out there and perform. But when you get to the top level, whether you're in the NBA, the NFL, or whatever, the competition is so tough that you have to find advantages. You discover your edge through film study and understanding your opponent to find those inches that you can get that can be the difference in a big moment. All right, Damian Lillard is coming up next here on the Rip City Drive. So be here or be nowhere. Dame is up next. I'm live here from Moda Center. You got the Rip City Drive on your home of the Blazers, Rip City Radio 620. Our next guest played his college ball at Weber State University, a 9-time NBA All-Star in the Hills, of course, from Oakland, California. It's my pleasure to welcome Damian Lillard to the Rip City Drive. Now, Dame, I appreciate your time. When I spoke to you before the season, you mentioned how it was going to drive you crazy to sit out the year and not play. How have you managed that desire during your downtime?
I just, I've taken advantage of the opportunity to do a lot of the things that we typically don't get to do. I've been able to spend a lot of time with my kids, just dropping them off at school, picking them up, volunteering at school, field trips, all of those types of things, just like I said, taking advantage of the things I don't typically get to do. So I've been balancing myself out with that, when I'm done doing all my training and all my rehab and practice and stuff like that. I use that time to, cover the things that I don't typically get to do. So it's keeping me sane.
What's great is, and we all love this, you came back to Portland by choice, Dame, and I know this is your home. Talk about that a bit. How nice has it been to be back home and be around friends and family, but most importantly, just being a dad and being able to take part in those things that you normally don't get an opportunity to do?
Man, it's been great. I think it's been one of the greater decisions and I would say blessings of my adulthood, being under contract for 2 years and, tearing my Achilles and then being waived and, it's a lot of things had to happen for, the door to open for something like this to happen. And, that's why I don't look at it as just, a negative thing happening to me because it led to me being back on the team that I always wanted to play for in the first place. It brought me back home, to the city that I had pretty much spent my entire adulthood in and all my friends and family and things like that. So it's just been great for my life, just for my joy and my happiness, just being able to see my kids daily, being around my family, being back in the practice facility, all of those, things that I've fallen in love with from the first day of my career about, this city and the organization. Just having all that back has just been great. Here, Mama. You're right there.
Hey, I'm wondering, does being sidelined... No, it's okay. You argue away. I have to do the same thing. Does being sidelined, does it make you appreciate the game or your opportunities more when you're out and you can't play?
Oh, 100%. I think about it all the time where, during the season, you going so much and playing game after game and then you're on the road and sometimes you want a break. You wish, man, I can just get a break and I didn't have to travel so much. Sometimes that crosses your mind as an NBA player. And I think now that I'm, on the other side of it where, like, I don't really have a choice. This is, I'm not playing and just sitting out. It's like, man, it's a different experience.
Yeah, no question. We're talking with Damian Lillard. Now, in regard to your body, Dame, are you 100% now, or do you still have some things to clear before you're ready to prepare for next year?
I've been pretty heavy in preparation for next year. I wouldn't say I'm 100%, but I would say it's, my Achilles itself is, probably close to 90%. I'm able to pretty much do all of the things that I need to do training-wise and, being leaned on and taking physical contact and stuff like that. It's just a matter of, like, testing process, just because I know I have the time. It's a harsh testing system that I'm using that can find any deficiencies, anything that is coming up short or not balanced from my left to right. Or any type of, movements that I'm doing where I'm trying to take pressure off of my leg or I'm not jumping with the same amount of force or anything like that. We've been working through a technology that can find it. It can't hide from it. So it's such a harsh system that I know that once I start to clear those things, then I know that, I'm pretty much iron, So that's just how I'm going about it. I'm not in a hurry. I know that I'm reaching those marks, and every day I'm up, for hours. I'm up early in the morning and hours of rehab and weight training and conditioning and basketball workouts and recovery. So I know that I'm doing the right things, and in due time, all of the stuff that's happening right now that people can't see, they'll see the benefits of it.
That's great. I'm really happy to hear that process is going well. Now, Dame, you played basketball your entire life, and then all of a sudden you're out of action. I'm curious because you're a student of the game as well. What have you noticed or learned about the game by just sitting and observing?
I think I've been able to put a lot together when my emotions aren't directly tied to the game. I would say the number one thing I've learned is that the league is changing. What works or what's working, now is not what always worked then. And what worked then, is no longer, the way to go to have, the highest level of success. But I've also been able to see how important it is for a team to be connected. I think that's one thing that sticks out to me. And just watching game after game and seeing us play the same team, the first time, the second time, the third time, and just to see the different stages teams are in. You play them one time and then you see they not really together right now, and then when you see them again, they might be on a winning streak and they look like a completely different team. And then the third time they might look different. And then there are certain teams that was together in the beginning and then they have success from being together and then they get more committed to the togetherness. And then the third time you see them, it's like, oh, the Spurs, they ready to go, So just being able to see that part of it while not having to play and just kind of being on the sidelines, seeing, I knew it was important all along. It's something that I've always been big on, but seeing it now, especially with a younger team and a new team, it's like, man, it's really a difference maker in what teams have success in the NBA today.
That's cool, and it's probably going to make you an even better player next year. I was curious, with Scoot and the other young players on the team, Dame, do you offer insight to them when you have it, or do you wait for them to come to you? How does that process normally work?
Typically, I let them come to me, and they will. They'll ask me questions. But if time has gone by, and it's been like a period of time where I'm noticing something or I see a trend of something, I'll let some time go by and then I'll share what I think. That way, you're not just on top of guys, just dropping knowledge after knowledge after knowledge. You give them the space to where, like, I've been a young player. So, you start to be able to see when a guy's head is kind of like spinning, and he's trying to figure things out. And you see a trend of how games might be going, and I'm watching it, like I said, emotion free. So I can see it very clearly. I've experienced a lot of these things. So those are times that I might just, send a text, or I might at practice sit next to him and, be like, look, when you see this or in these type of moments, and share what my experience has been and share what I see and how I feel like, what I feel like could help. And that's it, but I've spent most of the year just kind of being a fly on the wall, engaging with the team, at the facility, at games, and, sharing when they ask questions. And that's really been it, and ultimately being an example, being the first person in the building, in the weight room, on the court, just being active in that way. So that's really the kind of year it's been.
Boy, I'd love to hear that. I know you're a big fan of this young team, and I know the fans are excited about the young core. I wanted to get your take on a couple of the guys. First off, Donovan Clingan, he's been a great fit, and you've seen the development from year one to year two, especially on the defensive end, where he'll be on the short list for Defensive Player of the Year. What are your thoughts on Clingan in year two, Dame?
I think he's improved a lot. I think his body has changed from year one to two. I think he understands more what it takes to be able to have success consistently in the NBA. You can be as talented or have as many gifts as you want, but if you're not taking care of yourself and your body isn't conditioned to do the job, then you're going to struggle. And I think from year one to two, I think he's kind of figured that out more than he had it figured out the first time around. and it's given him confidence because of what he's been able to do. So, his size, how dominant he is on the offensive glass, he's starting to make that top of the key three. He's stretching the floor out now, and he's making it on a more consistent basis and starting to believe in it. And you just see him just constantly improving, not just from last year to this year, but from the start of this year to right now. You can count on a double-double. You can count on him making a couple of those threes. You can count on him getting us extra possessions. So it's still early for him. He's a young player, and as long as he continues to find those little things that he can get better at and find ways to just look in the mirror and, be more honest with yourself than others are, and you'll always be able to find something that you can tighten up. I still find things about myself, after 14 seasons where I'm just like, I need to be better at this. You can always find something. And I think as long as, he's taking that type of approach where he's just trying to nitpick at himself and find ways to improve, he could be super, super special, and I've told him that.
That's awesome. Now, with Denny, he's made that difficult adjustment to being a primary ball handler and facilitator. He obviously enjoys the physicality of the game. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing from Denny?
I love it. Just seeing him start to blossom this season and have to kind of fall into more responsibility, scoring, playmaking, having to be a decision maker down a stretch of games, having to carry a bigger load, all of those things. I was really happy for him to, make his first All-Star game, but just to see a wing with that size, that type of physicality, that type of speed, he can shoot the ball. He sees the floor well. He plays a dominant style, physically. He's imposing. He draws fouls. He finishes through contact. He's constantly putting pressure on the defense. So, it's been fun to watch. And I think, just with a guy like him, it's similar to what I said about DC. It's just like you just got to keep – they're going to throw more and more at you. The more you show, the more they're going to put two people – they're going to run and jump you. They're going to trap you. They're going to try to push you to your weak hand. They're going to find ways to try to break your game down, and you got to be able to recognize that on film and just continue to address, they're trying to take this away and make me do this because they don't think this is a strength of mine. And you got to keep making your strengths stronger, and you got to make, whatever deficiencies or things that you aren't great at, you got to become good at those things as well. And you got to just keep finding those things. And I think for him, when he does that, he becomes even more of a problem than he already is for these teams.
That's awesome. I appreciate your insight on the players. This is pretty cool. I ran into Ken Leibel this morning when I was getting coffee, Dame. He's one of your partners in your new Sports Lounge Honorable Mention, which is in the Benson building. It just opened up last week. It's almost been open for a week. I love the design and the decor. How pleased are you with how it turned out?
I'm super, super pleased with it. Just the look that we were going for, how I would want something to be represented in my name. It turned out great. I think it'll be for the right crowd. It's a sports bar, but it's not just bar people going there to, have a bunch of drinks. It's a classy environment. It's a classy environment. Obviously the TVs, the R&B music, smooth music. It's a old crowd there. It's just a great opportunity for the city of Portland to have something like that, where it's positive, it's safe. It's not just bar food, it's an actual menu with good food. So I'm looking forward to, people getting to go and experience that.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, I heard, Dame, it might be the beef tartare, but what's your favorite item on the menu from Chef Bobby?
Yeah, man, Chef Bobby Brown, man. We got a chef named Bobby Brown, and he ain't an R&B singer. But I would say my favorite thing on the menu right now, I love beef tartare, and we got some good tartare there. But since I was a kid, man, I love deviled eggs. So we got some good deviled eggs.
I've got a couple of more questions for you. You know, for many players, Dame, it may not matter, but ownership change is probably not at the top of the list. But you're fully vested in Portland. What are your thoughts on the new owner, Tom Dundon, coming in and taking over once he's confirmed here in the near future?
You know, I think obviously having Paul Allen, and I had a great relationship with Paul up until he passed, and a great
Paul.
relationship with Jody. Huh?
I love Paul.
Yeah, he was a great dude, man. I got to spend some time with him, and I recorded my first rap album at his house. He let me record my album there.
You did? He let you record at his house? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was in. I was there for. It was like during free agency, and we were there in like 2016. We were there like during free agency to like meet about the team. And he just pulled me aside like, damn, I want to show you something. And he took me off the with this elevator that was outside, but it was like glass and it went down like the side of a cliff. And we get to the bottom and it was a whole different building, but it was like a studio where they had like you can record live. It was like small studios and upstairs of it. It was a kitchen, bedrooms, everything. And he showed me the studio. He played his guitar. He had these nice ass guitars in there. He played it a little bit, and he was like, "Yeah, you didn't know I did music." I was like, I had no clue, and I never would have guessed it. So he was like, "Yeah, I know you do music, and if you ever want to come in here and record, then just let me know." And I was like, "Really?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Actually, I'm about to start working on recording a project." And he was like, "Well, let me know." And I let him know. And I was there 10 days straight, just recording. He let me use his engineer, recorded it for me and everything.
That's so badass.
It was pretty cool. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I did my first album, The Letter O, at his house in Beverly Hills. But,
Gosh,
what I know of Tom is just, since I was a kid, middle school, high school, college, I've always been a part of things that, was a tight ship. It was about discipline, accountability, and, doing things the right way. And just what I know of Tom, is that's what he stands for. So, I think it'll definitely be that type of standard and those type of expectations. And, I'll thrive in that because that's how I live my life, and that's how that's what I've experienced in my career as well.
All right, I've got two more questions for you, Dame. I want to start with this. Rip City would say that your 71-point game was better because you only took 14 free throws, but 83 is a crazy number. What were your thoughts when you're seeing Bam achieve the second highest scoring mark in NBA history?
Man, Bam is my boy, so I was just happy for him, talked my trash to him. I talked my trash to him, but
did you let him know you only took 14 free throws? Yeah. Hey, I only took 14 free throws, Bam.
I didn't even talk about mine because I ain't even have 80. He had 83. I only had 71. So I was like, I ain't even in the same boat no more. He passed Kobe. So, I didn't even talk about, how many free throws or none of that. I mean, in my mind, I'm like, man, this dude just scored 83. I mean, he still had to go draw those fouls to get the free throws. So,
yeah.
Like the conditioning that takes, and he had 30 in the first quarter and just kept going. Like, regardless of how it was done, it's still hard. I mean, nobody else has done it, and we got other guys that draw a bunch of fouls. So, man, that's a great accomplishment. It's a part of history, and as a friend of his, I know he's a great dude. I know he's a unselfish dude. So, regardless of how it happened, and I'm happy for him.
That's great. All right, so, we got this young core. I've been encouraging fans to go out and get to Moda Center to watch this young team because I know they're going to enjoy them, and they're in a playoff push. They're going to be in the play-in at the very least. Can you talk about how important it is, and you remember this from your younger days, for fans to show up and pack Moda Center and how special that is when the energy from the crowd is helping power you guys to victories, especially in the postseason?
Yeah, we need fans to show up. When I think back to, when I was younger and what it felt like to be playing for something, with something on the line and to have our fans behind us, it felt important. It felt like, we had a real boost. Everything that we did with our fans there, it felt like it was just that much bigger. And we got that much more, momentum from our crowd being behind us, because I've, played in every building many times. And, our fans, man, when they show up, it's a different level in that building. It's hard to win in Portland, and everybody says it, but that's only when the fans show up. So we need our fans to show up, and, it's been a while since we had something to play for. It's high stakes. Opportunity to get in the playoffs, and for our team, even as a young team, to experience something that they haven't experienced yet. So we definitely need fans to be there to bring that to life and to make sure that we take advantage of this opportunity.
Hey, Dame, how old are your kids now?
My oldest is going to be 8 in 2 weeks. Dame Jr. will be 8 in 2 weeks, and my twin's 5 years old.
Oh, that's awesome. Now, let me give you a warning. My daughter's 16, and last weekend she's up at Ridgefield at a friend's house staying the night. They got caught sneaking out, and then they used a burner app to send a message to her father pretending to be me, trying to make sense of the situation, and they got busted.
Oh,
so
wow.
watch out for the burner apps, Dame.
Hey, man, I pray my kids never try me like that, because y'all gonna have to. Hey, I don't know what I'll do in that situation. That's why I try to establish as much trust as I can, because I don't want to be in that situation, man.
No doubt. Well, Dame,
I tell my kids all the time, if you tell the truth, you're not getting in trouble.
Exactly. Tell the truth.
I can't protect you if you lie, man.
Yeah. Well, Dame, I appreciate you being so gracious with your time. Obviously, it's great to have you back in town, and we love that you're here. But more importantly, I just can't wait to see you play next year. So I continue to wish you well as you get that from 90% up to 100% your Achilles. And, I mean, how awesome is that going to be to take the floor next year and play? That's good. You got to be pumped on that.
Man, I'm beyond pumped, man. I can't wait. I can't wait. Just not just because I'm gonna get to play again, but like playing on this team. Like we're gonna have a real chance to do a lot of winning. Like we're gonna have a chance to do a lot of winning, and I'm looking forward to it.
That's great. All right, Dame. I appreciate you, my friend. Have a good night, and appreciate your time.
All right, have a good one, man. Appreciate y'all.
Well, that certainly didn't suck, did it? He's so damn good, it's unbelievable. Damian Lillard just gave me 23 minutes of his time just to share his thoughts on basically everything. And I'm excited about that. There's going to be a lot of winning coming up. All right, so I take a reaction. Big thanks to Dame. Very gracious with his time. Obviously a terrific interview, but he is Mr. Portland, and he's back where he wants to be. He loves being here. He's been trying to tell people for over a decade that he loves Portland, but now people on the outside finally believe him. Thank you, Dame. Appreciate that. Okay, we're going to keep things rolling. Blazers game day is coming up at 5 o'clock. Or at least I think Brendan Slaughter's going to come by. There he is. I was going to bag on the guy, and there he is walking around the corner. So I appreciate your time. Rip City Drive. Big thanks to Dame. Freaking stud. Damian Lillard is the man. All right, Brendan Slaughter's got Blazers game day coming up at 5 o'clock, and he just told me, I don't think the state's going to figure out anytime soon, but they have a major traffic problem. Well, yeah, it's always been like that. And see, what's happening, Brendan, is now that you're not working in the mornings all the time, and you're subjected to coming down to Moda Center in the afternoons and dealing with rush hour traffic, it's always like this. It's a complete bleep show out there almost at all times, because back in the late 90s, if you were on the road to Vancouver northbound by 2:30, you could make it across the bridge with no issues. After 3, then you were subject to big-time traffic, but now you never know when it's going to hit, and it could be on the weekends, in the mornings. Like, traffic is bad, and this city has been slow to adjust, unfortunately. And, like, this whole area around the Moda Center and the Coliseum with the bottleneck, it's always been like this. Like,
Yeah.
no adjustments, no changes, no nothing, man.
I mean, yeah, it's like you go back to whenever the freeway system was built, Chad, 50s, 60s, what have you. It's just it wasn't designed for this many people, and we're pushing it to the brink, and we see that all the time. So, again, not optimistic, but hey, I made it here on time. I was really worried. I was like, okay, do I have to call Chad, let him know I'm going to be
it's
a
funny.
couple minutes late?
No, dude, I was getting ready to bag you on the air. No joke. Like, right before I went to break, I was like, I think we have game day coming up, assuming Brendan's going to be here. And I was getting ready to launch in to start crushing you. And I looked to my left, and then you came down the hallway. I was like, no, there he is.
Oh man, no, traffic was clutch today. I'm like that time just kept adjusting. It's like 4:15, 4:30. I'm like, oh come on, man, just let me get to Moda Center. But no, I'm here. I'm thrilled, man. Blazers game day is gonna be a hoot, and I think the Blazers are gonna be in for a big time win tonight, Chad.
And of course, what's really nice is I'm a well-adjusted, not anxious whatsoever. So when traffic's bad, I don't get irritated at all. Of course.
Oh man, I mean,
Especially when you pull in the Motor Center, because down here, like, there's a garage that we pull into.
right.
And then there's a garage that the public, when they're going to a show, goes to. So the other night I came down. I had to wait for these 3 cars in front of me to turn around and get back to their area because they had no idea where they're going. And so it took me like an extra 10 minutes to get in and park. And I'm like, hey, I got a show to do here.
I know, right?
You know?
It's like not to hype ourselves up, Chad, but I'm kind of like the same thing. I'm like getting in. I'm like, do y'all know I need to be on the radio in like half hour? But that's little problems for us, Chad. Little problems.
That's right. Let's go out to the phones. Pat wants to come on and talk. Pat, I appreciate the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Hey, I just wanted to give you high praise. That was an outstanding interview with our famous basketball player there in that last 23 minutes that you had with him.
Pat, you know what's amazing is that well, I appreciate that. But you know what's great about Dame is, like, he's a big-time mega star, and yet in that conversation, he's just like you and I. He's so easy to talk to. I love that about him.
No doubt. I'm going to go down there and check out his new bar, and also I was really pleased with his comments about the thing with your daughter, and saying, hey, if you tell the truth, I can protect you, but if you give me a line of BS, well, you're on your own.
I know. I love that, man. It's great. That's good advice. Well, Pat, man, I appreciate you, buddy. I hope you have a great weekend, my friend.
Right. Go Blazers.
Go Blazers. Yeah, so, Brendan, the Blazers are, like, they're not going to lose tonight, right?
I mean, you can never say never, Chad, but I would be shocked. I mean, you look at the point spread, you look at the guys healthy, the Blazers, minimal injury report, just Dame and Shaden Sharp. I like the Blazers' odds to roll as long as they don't let Keontae George get like 40 tonight.
Keontae George has been nice.
Yep.
Here's the thing, is like, what does it say about the Jazz and what they're doing right now that the Trailblazers are 15.5-point favorites? That's a sizable number.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at home is one thing. The Blazers being healthy is a part of it, too, Chad. And then I think more than anything, you look at who the Jazz have out. I mean, I think it's going to be tough for them to rebound. They don't have a ton of size. They're sitting guys. Maybe if this team had Nurkic, Jaren Jackson Jr., it'd be a little bit different. But I think the Blazers are going to be in great shape.
All right, so Brendan and I, we have goodies because we care about people. So tonight on Fifth Quarter, Brendan and I are going to give away a 4-pack of courtside tickets for the Remix game at Child Center on Tuesday. So we'll do that later on tonight. But, my brother, what do you got coming up on game day?
Yeah, we're going to be looking at where Portland has some advantages tonight. We're going to be hearing from Drew Holiday as well midweek. Excited to dive into kind of this matchup. And as you mentioned, I think it's going to be a great way for the Blazers to close out this homestand and get some momentum going into this 5-game trip.
Okay, big thanks to Damian Lillard for his time on the show today. That was awesome. Love Dame. And my engineer, Michael Shacker, who is doing everything at all times. Hey, Michael, I love you. Game day's coming up next.
welcoming you into Blazers game day here on a Friday afternoon as your Portland Trailblazers are back in action, squaring off with the Utah Jazz back here in the friendly confines of Moda Center. I'm your host, Brendan Slaughter, filling in for Chris Burkhart today as the Blazers wrap up a 3-game homestand and look to finish strong before a 5-game road trip starting on Sunday. Welcome in to Blazers Game Day. You can join the conversation on Rip City Radio YouTube or by calling the show 503-248-0620. We want to hear from you guys. Portland comes into tonight's matchup with a record of 31-35, good for 10th place in the Western Conference. Obviously, the Portland Trailblazers looking to create as much momentum as they can down the stretch. Meanwhile, their opponent tonight, the Utah Jazz, come in 20-46 on the year, good for 14th in the Western Conference. These two teams are certainly on different wavelengths tonight. The Blazers come in as a 15.5-point favorite per the odds makers. Portland big-time favorite in this game, and when you look at the injury report, you see why. And we'll just kind of give the quick Cliff Notes version here. We can see if there's some more updates as we get closer to tip-off. But as things stand right now, Blazers very short. Just Damian Lillard and Shaedon Sharpe out for the Trailblazers. Jason Kent and Chris Youngblood are questionable on G League two-way assignment, but that is it for your Portland Trailblazers. Nobody else doubtful or questionable or out. Over to the Utah Jazz, they're without Lauri Markkanen, who's out for the season with an ankle. Walker Kessler, who's out for the season with a shoulder. Let me correct myself. Lauri Markkanen out for tonight's game with an ankle, not the season. Jusuf Nurkic out for the season with a nose injury. Jaren Jackson out for the season with knee surgery. And then John Konchar out for this matchup with a calf injury. Questionable for this game for the Jazz is Keontae George, and that'll be something to keep an eye on, as George is obviously a big-time playmaker for the Jazz and is capable of filling it up. But that's a quick look at the injury report for tonight's matchup. Back to this matchup itself. The Blazers lead the season series 3-0 and have a chance to sweep the Jazz for the first time since 2013-14, and it would just be the second time ever that they have done it. The Blazers won the last meeting between the two teams 135-119 back on February the 13th, with Jrue Holiday scoring 31 points in the victory. Before we can get you ready for this matchup against the Jazz, we must first take a look back out at the last time for your Trailblazers, which was a 103-101 loss to the Charlotte Hornets. Let's go ahead and open up the Rip City Rewind. Welcome back into Blazers Game Day. Taking a look back at the Rip City Rewind. Last time out for your Trailblazers was a 103-101 loss to the Charlotte Hornets. It's a tough game for the Trailblazers. They were up early in this game. They had a big-time lead. They jumped out to a 34-20 advantage after the first quarter, and it looked like it was going to be all Portland in this matchup. I was watching it with my brother, and we were sitting there like, wow, where's this Blazers team been? They're taking on the Hornets and doing quite well, and I honestly thought Portland would be in a position to kind of be able to take this game before Charlotte kind of punched back, right? I mean, Portland obviously had fired the good opening salvo, and then this Charlotte team, which, as we've talked about, continues to be one of the hottest teams in the NBA post-All-Star break, they were ready to roll in this game, and you got to credit the ability of this Hornets team, and I really like what Charles Lee has done with them. They have been an effective group, and so far, so good as far as the Trailblazers. But going back to this matchup here, 103-101 for the Charlotte Hornets. Starting first on the Hornets side of things, they were led by the 23 points from Brandon Miller. He also had 9 boards and 4 assists, also had 3 steals. Elsewhere, LaMelo Ball with 14 points, 4 boards, and 4 assists. Colin Knuppel with 15 points, 4 boards, and 2 assists. Miles Bridges with 11, 7, and 3. Moussa Diabate with 7, 9, and 4. And then off the bench, Grant Williams with 3, 1, and 1. Ryan Kalkbrenner with 13, 6, and 1. Pat Connaughton with 3 points and 2 boards. Josh Green with 3 points and 3 rebounds. And Sion James with 11 points and 7 boards. Looking at the Hornets, they didn't shoot all that well in this game, just 39% from the floor. 37%, 14 of 38 from downtown, and then 21 of 25 from the foul line. Keep that in mind. They had 7 more attempts than the Trailblazers in this game. That is something to keep an eye on, most certainly. Over to the Trailblazers side of things, they were led by the 24 points from Jeremy Grant. He also had 3 boards and 3 assists and a steal. Toumani Camara with 11 points, 5 boards, and 3 assists. Danny Avdia with 22 points, 4 boards, and 7 assists. Donovan Clingan with 11 and 11 also had 3 assists and 3 blocks. Jrue Holiday, bit of a quiet night for him as he's been an offensive engine lately, just 4 points, 2 of 8 shooting, and 1 rebound, 5 assists. Off the bench for the Trailblazers, Scoot Henderson with 17 points, including 1 rebound, 1 assist. Thought Scoot definitely a good game coming off a really strong game against the Indiana Pacers, so that's obviously great to see. Elsewhere for the Trailblazers, Vit Krejci with 3 points and 3 boards. Matisse Thybulle with 3 points, 1 rebound. Robert Williams III, nice impact off the bench, 6 points and 10 rebounds. And then Chris Murray did not score in his 13 minutes of action, but had 3 rebounds, Over to the Blazers shooting, they shot 42% from the floor and were 16 of 42 from downtown, 38%. They were 83% from the line, which was definitely a trend in the right direction as far as their foul shooting. But Hornets got to the line 7 more times in this game. They made 6 more free throws, and you look at the gap in this one, Portland just didn't get to the line nearly as much as the Hornets. Taking a look at the box score numbers even further, the Hornets won the rebounding battle, and we talked about how going into that game, and really every game, the rebounding battle means a lot. Unless you are just setting the nets on fire from deep and absolutely hitting threes like nobody's business, you can't, usually overcome a significant rebounding edge. And you look at this game, 52-42 in favor of the Hornets, but 16-10 advantage on offensive rebounds for the Hornets. I mean, that is the Blazers' bread and butter. They're the second best team in the NBA at it, and to have a team come into Moda, and there were times where Portland just could not buy a rebound. Sometimes it comes off the glass that way, and you get long rebounds, and it's just not your night in that regard. But at the same token, I think Charlotte out-hustled the Blazers for a few balls, and you kind of look at guards like Concanapple getting in there and rebounding, and they're just playing a really, really good brand of basketball right now. Defensive rebounds were a little more even, just +4 advantage for the Hornets. Blazers won the assist battle 23-21. Charlotte outstole the Blazers 12-6. Blazers won the blocks 8-4. Turnovers, again, continue to kind of be the Achilles heel of this Trailblazers team. They lead the NBA with just over 17 turns per game. They hit that mark here against Charlotte. 18 turnovers. They conceded 17 points off those turnovers. Charlotte, meanwhile, had 17 turns of their own and conceded 16 points there. Blazers did win fast break points. That was good to see, 24-15 in favor of the Trailblazers. Points in the paint near even, 36-36 on favor of both teams. And then you look at the largest lead in this game. Portland's was 19 at one point, and you look at it, folks. That's big time. When Portland has a 19-5, meanwhile Charlotte's largest lead was 5. It was a missed opportunity for the Trailblazers to beat a really good team, and I think afterwards, the Blazers were kind of talking about how there were opportunities missed in this game, and they went toe to toe with a really good team, but. For me, I remember just these two teams played just a couple weeks prior. That crazy 10 a.m. game in Charlotte, and when I had game day in fifth quarter for that game, I thought, okay, these two teams are going to see each other in just about a week and a half from now, and I'm curious how the Blazers were going to match up here at Moda Center with them. And if the Blazers could have extrapolated that first quarter and kind of continued to roll like we saw even into the second quarter before Charlotte kind of really took control in the third and then into the fourth, I think Portland would have had this win. So, again, you got to kind of have that mental sharpness and focus all the way down the stretch. Obviously, it's helpful the Blazers are continuing to get healthier and have such a good-looking injury report tonight as well with just Damian Lillard and Shaedon Sharpe out. That's obviously good, but now the Blazers, it is put-up time. The Blazers have to start winning basketball games if they are going to rise up the standings. As we've discussed, they're pretty much locked into the play-in situation regardless, but you would always still like to move up. Golden State has kind of been sinking lately. The Clippers, meanwhile, have been surging. So there's obviously some competition out there in this play-in for the Trailblazers as well. But we'll go ahead and take a quick break here on Blazers Game Day. When we come back, we'll be hearing from acting head coach Thiago Splitter ahead of tonight's matchup against the Jazz. Obviously, the Trailblazers with a prime opportunity to bounce back and get a win tonight, as we mentioned earlier. Spreads in the NBA, I don't usually put a big-time amount of stock into them, but when the Blazers are 15.5-point favorites, like Chad was saying just as he was wrapping up last hour, that's a big, big number, and I think that means the odds makers are fully expecting the Blazers to get the win tonight, and been doing so would sweep the Utah Jazz, folks. Just the second time in history that they could have swept the Utah Jazz. That's what's on the line tonight for the Trailblazers, in addition to getting one game closer to 500 and getting some momentum on this road trip. We'll go ahead and take a quick break here on Blazers Game Day. When we come back, we'll be hearing from acting head coach Thiago Splitter previewing tonight's matchup. You've got Blazers Game Day. Welcome back into Blazers Game Day. Host Brendan Slaughter here with y'all, getting y'all ready for Portland Trailblazers and Jazz coming up live here from 7 o'clock. Make sure you stay locked into Chad Doing for the Blazers pregame show starting at 6, and then Travis Demers, the play-by-play, starting at 7. We'll be hearing from acting head coach Thiago Splitter here momentarily, but let's go ahead and open up the coaches report while we wait. We'll be hearing from acting head coach Thiago Splitter here momentarily when he gets started with the media here down below me in Moda Center. So I'm coming to you guys up here from the Pines up here at Moda Center. I'm happy to be with you guys. Again, we'll go ahead and take a quick look at the Blazers and Utah injury report before Thiago Splitter speaks to the media. Again, very small for the Trailblazers tonight, folks, which is a good thing. Damian Lillard and Shaedon Sharpe are the only ones out tonight. Dame with that left Achilles tendon and Shaedon Sharpe with the left fibula stress reaction. Jason Kent and Chris Youngblood are questionable, but only because they are on G League two-way assignment. Over on the Jazz side of things, Lauri Markkanen is out for this matchup, as is Walker Kessler, Yusuf Nurkic, Jaren Jackson Jr., and John Conchar. Keontae George is questionable for this matchup as he is day-to-day with a leg injury. We'll be scanning social media, see if we get an update from Will Hardy on the Jazz side of things as well. But going back to our earlier conversation about this, we'll hear from Thiago Splitter now.
This Jazz team bring you guys?
Well, I think the challenge, the speed of the game they play, the freedom, and almost like the non-pressure is a fact. And, I mean, you just see the games they play lately. They start a game scoring 40-some points against the Knicks. They beat the Warriors. So that lack of pressure, that, just go there and hoop, is what make them very dangerous, and we got to be ready. I told the guys, we got to be ready for this game from the get-go.
You guys have so many of these kinds of games coming up against similar teams. Is it a different, when you're playing Oklahoma City, it's easy to get up. Do you find it hard to get up for this? Do you have to sort of battle that a little bit?
I don't want to, just say that we're not going to be there. I think I always expect the guys to be ready. And we do the scout the same way as we played in the Oklahoma. So I don't think it's going to change that. We treat every game as a very important game, and we go from there, and we expect them to be ready from the jump.
David, what do you take out of these final 16 games when you've got a roster that has some guys with a lot of high-end, kind of high-leverage experience in Drew and Rob versus guys like Scoot to Denny and DC that have none?
Yeah, I mean, my experience is you got to finish the season strong. This is how, when I play, this is where the time to perfect everything that is not working and get ready for the postseason. And it's not different for us. I think we know that. We got to, find a way to play our best basketball when we finish the season, the regular season. And that's our goal right now, is to find those lineups, is to find those plays, is to find those situations, those type of defense. Now we have those 16 games to find that.
Thiago, it used to be shooting made great offense. If you actually look right now, 5 of the top 7 offensive rebounding teams are top 10 offensive teams overall, but they're actually not good shooting teams. Has offensive rebounding become, you're great at it, but has it become almost vital or necessary or actually the key to a good offense at this point?
There's definitely a trend for sure. You say the right things. Of course you need to shoot well the ball, but those extra possessions are so important right now. And I would say on both ends, you gotta get it on offense, but also on defense. That's how good is your defense as well. If you can rebound after the first shot, and something actually that we gotta do way better. Rebound on defense, and of course, but I still think shooting is the king. You need to shoot the ball. You need to have that spacing, that gravity, and then if you have guys that can hit threes, crash, and defend, those are key.
What has allowed you to be such a great offensive rebounding team?
I think the personnel we have with DC, with the rest of the guys, crashing to money. Murray play a lot of games for us, so those guys are, key for that offense rebound.
commissioner talk to you today?
Not yet.
Not yet. You guys supposed to see him before the game?
I don't think so. There's nothing planned. He might show up. I don't know. But just, happy that he's here to watch some Portland basketball.
How much do you think about the sale and all that stuff coming? That's going on with the organization. How much day to day do you kind of have that on your radar?
I mean, well, we understand there's going to be some changes. Now I can go crazy with that. I just got to do my job. But definitely there's something in the air of the change. That's for sure.
Tiago, I don't know if you're a movie guy, but the Oscars are this weekend, and there's a Brazilian actor, Wagner Moura, up for Best Actor. Secret Agent is up for Best Picture, Brazilian movie. Are you taking a vested interest in the show this year more than others?
Of course, I'm biased to say that. He's a Brazilian, but I watched the movie. Cool movie. I didn't like the end, though, to be honest. Didn't like it.
Too sad?
Yeah.
No spoilers.
No.
Too late.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
That was Portland Trailblazers acting head coach Tiago Splitter ahead of tonight's matchup against the Utah Jazz. And as you heard there, I saw on social media, it's nice to hear some official confirmation. It sounds like Adam Silver is going to be in attendance tonight. So as I'm here at Moda Center, I might be peeking around, see if I can get some eyes on Adam Silver too. That's certainly kind of cool. And obviously, as Sean Highkin was saying there, the change is in the air with the Trailblazers. Obviously, as we know, we are getting closer and closer to when the official transition will be, moving over to the Tom Dundon ownership expected and all that. So exciting times for your Trailblazers here as they're going to be closing out this season. But just because we heard from acting head coach Tiago Splitter doesn't mean we don't have more to offer you guys. Let's go ahead and hear from Drew Holiday as he met the media yesterday ahead of tonight's matchup against the Utah Jazz, kind of talking about what the Blazers need to do against the Jazz and really down the stretch to continue to put pressure and climb up this playoff ladder.
How would you assess where the team's at right now, Drew?
I think we're in a good place. I think how we came out the gates last game was good. Just couldn't pull it out. Kind of a walk-down situation, but I think to be in that situation toward the end of the game and go through situations where we have to make plays down the stretch are good for us.
You've been through this. This is not your first rodeo with a playoff push and that sort of thing. What traits or areas would you like to see the team exhibit here over the last month that gives you confidence of where you guys stand?
We're usually pretty good at rebounding. I think that's somewhere where we've lacked a little bit, including myself, and they got on me about it, offensive and defensive rebounding, being better at getting extra possessions and letting teams get extra possessions on us. So I think rebounding is going to be key.
So the biggest thing separating you guys now to the playoffs is your rebounding?
I mean, yeah, I think so. Again, how we play, our style of game. Last game, they had more possessions than we did because of rebounding. If we would have won that battle, maybe we would have won by 20.
Is there as one of the veterans on the team, is there anything that you say to guys during, after, losing games in that fashion or anything like that?
No, I think it's more the next day, where you get in the locker room, you kind of talk about the game and, you go over situations that happened or things that you could have done better. But I think directly after, there's quite a few times where you just let it simmer down, especially a game like the last one where we felt we should have won.
How would you assess where Scoot's at this point?
Scoot's playing well. I let us see it. How he played in that first half was amazing. Second half slowed down a little bit, but I feel like he's catching his groove.
With how inconsistent you guys have been, it seems like you take a step forward and then a step back. How do you kind of round things up and get that?
Practice. Yeah. Practice, working on the things we're supposed to work on, being consistent in that way so that it translates to the game. And then concentration. I think sometimes, especially in a game like last one where maybe it didn't seem like we had the same type of energy in that second half and coming toward the end of the year. Obviously, we've had a group of injuries and people are playing through things, but we really just got to fight.
Basically, with a month left in the season, do you look at what's going on around you guys in the standings, or is that something you just put aside?
I've never been in a situation of the play-in. I would say that I look at that a little bit, seeing how we can move up and where we can go. I think for the most part, above or below that, doesn't matter. I feel like we're just fighting for our spot in the playoffs.
Kind of only a couple guys on the team who have been into the playoffs and through something like this. Are you curious to see how the younger guys respond to the next month or so?
Honestly, I feel like we're just taking it day by day. I'm taking it game to game, trying to lock in game to game because that's how you win, or that's how you win games. Sometimes when you look ahead and you expect things, you get disappointed. So I think if we take it game by game, we'll be fine.
That was Portland Trailblazers guard Drew Holiday talking about really the state of the team as they get ready for this matchup against the Utah Jazz and ultimately down the stretch. You know, the Blazers are obviously limited on opportunities to continue to stack up wins. I still think there's opportunities left on the schedule, but you have to start stacking wins. And obviously Portland going 2-1 on this homestand would be a good thing, but the Blazers need to make some hay on this road trip coming up as well. And I think that's what a part of what Drew was getting at as well, because you look ahead. I expect Portland to get the win tonight. I think that's huge. But then you got Philly, Brooklyn, Indiana, Minnesota, and Denver. I think, realistically, you look at going 3-2 in that stretch. That also involves beating a play-in team in Philly, Brooklyn, and Indiana. I think as long as Portland doesn't, have just drastically cold shooting nights, that should be in their favor too. But then Minnesota and Denver, we know how tough the matchup the Timberwolves are for this Trailblazers team this year, and we obviously know Denver is no easy matchup too based on what happened to the Blazers first game out of the All-Star break. So let's go ahead and also hear from Denny Avdija following or ahead of this matchup with Utah as well. Denny been back in the lineup now for a couple games. Let's hear what he had to say.
Stinny, first off, what are some of the things you guys have been focusing on these last couple of days of practice?
Well, when you have practice, it's just kind of, walking through and kind of see how we sharpen up our defense and how we sharpen up our offense. We've been struggling in the rebounding lately, so just being more aggressive on boxing out and basically just sharpen out things.
Why do you think it is that you guys have been struggling at rebounding lately?
I don't know. No real explanation for that, I guess.
You guys have a couple of vets who have been through playoff pushes and chases before, but most of the team kind of hasn't. Are you curious to see how you guys respond here?
Definitely. I think it's a really good year for us to try to make it to the playoffs, see how it is, see the atmosphere, maybe surprise, like in playoffs, different players just emerge. So I'm excited to play. I've never been in the playoffs. I've been injured. So kind of playing this intensity and this atmosphere, I think it will be awesome for the young guys and especially for the vets.
What gives you confidence in the team here moving forward?
I think in the end of the day, we have a lot of competitors that really care about basketball and winning. Good personalities and guys who just want to compete. So I think you can't teach that. You can't teach the winning mentality. You can't teach the care factor. And I think we have it in our team.
Have you, do you pay attention to the standings or what the teams are doing around you guys in the standings?
Obviously I follow, but I'm not really stressing about too much about other teams. I'm focusing on ourselves and how much we can win and really progress. And I think that's the most important thing right now is just focusing on ourselves.
Get rid of your stomach sleeping?
I got rid of my stomach sleeping. Nice. I did.
How's that going?
I don't know, because when I wake up, I feel like I'm still in my stomach. So my body don't want to move to a different position. Yeah.
Something you have to change as you get older.
I know. I'll work on it.
What are maybe some of the things you guys need to do tomorrow night versus the Jazz to finish this homestand off well?
Just play like we usually play, compete, do the thing we know, and just sharpen up our defense, offense, and rebounding. It's just a good game for us to keep building on and compete.
How have you seen the team kind of respond to last night was not or 2 nights ago wasn't your best moment, obviously a tough loss. How have you guys kind of responded to those moments?
I think after that, it's a little frustrating, but I think we competed, we could have finished the game a little better and be more focused, but in the end of the day, Hornets is a good team and they're hot since 2026. So being able to be up 19 on them and really you can see the progress on our team. It's just we got to sustain the lead a little bit better.
What do you see overall from that game? I'm assuming you guys did film it at some point in the last couple of days.
What I see for that game is just, I don't know, just being more focused. I feel like we had them, but, can't cry on something that already happened, so.
cry over spilled milk.
Yeah. Oh, you guys say it also in English? We say it in Hebrew too.
What is it?
Huh?
What is it in Hebrew? How do you say it?
לא בוכים אחריו שנשפך.
I'll work on that and get back to you.
Yeah, you have no chance. All right.
Denny Avdia there, obviously a fun moment to close out the media. It's kind of funny, cry over spilled milk in Hebrew too, and then when one of the Blazers media is like, I'll work on it, Denny's like, yeah, you have no chance. No, I thought that was definitely kind of funny, lighthearted. Definitely the vibes that the Trailblazers need down the stretch, kind of get back to playing good basketball and see what happens from there. But we'll go ahead and take a quick break here on Blazers Game Day. When we come back, we'll be getting you guys ready for the NBA scoreboard report, taking a look around the NBA, see how it impacts your Trailblazers. Then in the final segment, we'll be bringing back Chad Doing, having him here with me as well. Speak, Brendan. As we'll be talking to Chad about this game against the Jazz as well. Make sure you stay locked into Blazers Game Day here on 620 Rip City Radio. Brendan Slaughter here with you. We'll be right back. Okay. Welcome back into Blazers Game Day. Brendan Slaughter here with you guys, getting you ready for the Blazers and Jazz set to tip off from Moda Center at 7 p.m. Let's go ahead and dive right into the NBA scoreboard report to see what's going on across the league and how it impacts your Trailblazers. Alrighty, folks, welcome you back into the Pines here at Moda Center. Let's take a look at what's going around the NBA here on this Friday, March 13th. Spooky, right? Friday the 13th. We'll see if the Blazers can get some good luck tonight. The Grizzlies and Pistons are underway with 50 seconds left in the second quarter. Pistons up by 7. The Knicks and Pacers are battling out in Indiana with the Knicks up by 8 with 36 seconds left. Suns and Raptors for standings watch the Blazers. That's of note. The Suns are up by 5 with just 2 minutes to go in the second quarter. At halftime, the Cavaliers lead the Mavericks 67-50. At the end of the first, the Rockets are up on the Pelicans 24-20. And then 2 games, really, that concern the Blazers tipping off at 7 p.m., or one at 7, one at 7:30. The Warriors and Timberwolves. Obviously, Blazers are going to be pulling for the Wolves, and that one is the Warriors are just slightly ahead of them in the standings. And then the Bulls and Clippers. Clippers playing some good basketball right now. Bulls, obviously not, so we'll be keeping an eye on both those games. But that is the NBA Scoreboard Report. The NBA Scoreboard Report is powered by McCord's Vancouver Toyota, where they live by the slogan, "We make it easy." Check out their new inventory now at vancouvertoyota.com. Well, that was the NBA Scoreboard Report, and let's go ahead and take a look at the NBA standings as well before we go to break here and come back with Chad Doing here in a couple minutes and really get you guys ready for the start of this matchup with the Blazers and Jazz tonight. It's obviously going to be a good one. The Trailblazers looking to end this 3-game homestand with a 2-1 record, but as we mentioned, Blazers 31-35 on the year. They trail the Golden State Warriors by a game and a half in that in the win-loss column right now. Warriors currently sit 32 and 33. As we mentioned, the Warriors could lose tonight, and obviously that would give Portland the opportunity, if they won, to match the Warriors in the win column, and then would just be a game behind them in the loss column as well. So obviously the chance to leapfrog Golden State is there. As I mentioned, though, the Clippers are playing good basketball. They are 6-4 in their last 10. They've won 3 in a row. The Suns, meanwhile, occupying the 7th spot, have won 4 in a row. So that has obviously made things tricky and challenging. Now, for what it's worth, the Suns are putting some pressure on the Minnesota Timberwolves as well. The Timberwolves are just a game out of the play-in scenario themselves at number 6, having lost 3 in a row. So bound to be still some movement here in the Western Conference before it's all said and done. But down the stretch, like we said earlier, the Blazers now have a near 7.5 to be specific game lead on the Memphis Grizzlies for the 11th spot. So the Blazers all but mathematically locked into the play-in, which is good. Now the question is, could they get up to that 7 or 8 spot? I mean, again, with the way the Clippers are playing, 3 games behind the Clippers in the loss column, that's not impossible to make up. It just depends. The Clippers down the stretch have a slightly easy schedule, just kind of like the Trailblazers do. Golden State, I kind of expect them to keep falling. Phoenix, not so much. I think the Suns are going to be locked into that 7 spot. They are playing great basketball, have been all year, and we're seeing that play out right now. So we'll go ahead and take a quick break here on Blazers Game Day. When we come back, we'll be joined by Chad Doing, live here in the Pines at Moda Center. And make sure you guys stay locked in throughout the game, of course, as Chad Doing will have the pregame show starting at 6, and then Travis Demers with the call at 7. But most importantly, stick around, because after the game, Chad Doing and I, as he mentioned last hour, we got some goodies to give away. We got a 4-pack of tickets to the Rip City Remix playing at Child Center on Tuesday. They are courtside seats, and we're going to give them away in the 5th quarter. So make sure you guys stay locked in for that. You got Blazers Game Day with Brendan Slaughter. Keep it locked. Welcoming you back into Blazers Game Day. Final segment of the show as we're getting you guys ready for Portland's matchup against the Utah Jazz here in the friendly confines of Moda Center. Hope to see a lot of people here tonight or checking in on the TV broadcast. If you don't brave in the atmospheric river to come out here, I felt like I needed a boat to come to Moda Center tonight, but nevertheless, the old Honda Civic made the wet journey here. Happy to be bringing you guys Blazers Game Day. We'll be joined by Chad Doing here momentarily when he joins me up here in Section 330, but let's go ahead and open up our keys to the game for a Blazers victory tonight. Welcoming you back into Blazers Game Day. Our keys to the game in this matchup, again, will be joined by Chad Doing just as soon as he arrives here up in the Pines for this Trailblazers Game Day matchup. But let's go ahead and dive into some of our keys to the game, as there's quite a few tonight in this matchup. And, you got to start pretty simply. You have to close out the homestand in style against a tanking team. There's been I go back to Indiana really on Sunday, there's been opportunities where, this Trailblazers team plays some teams lesser in the standings, and you have to take advantage, right? If Portland is going to be, a factor in the play-in, this, that, the Blazers need to take advantage against a Utah Jazz team that is tanking and is absolutely on the path of that. And if you want any further evidence, look at how they've gotten fined a couple times, or maybe it was just the solo time this year, but the whole Adam Silver thing, which it's actually kind of funny considering that Adam Silver is going to be in attendance, and the Jazz have kind of been the team that's drawn some of his wizardry ire for their tanking efforts. So that's kind of something interesting to watch as well. But back to the keys themselves, you got to keep Jeremy Grant hot. Jeremy Grant recently, when Denny was out, was kind of asked to have more of a scoring load, and since Denny's come back, he's still maintained that. Jeremy's averaging just under 20 points a game over his last 10 games. Got to feed Jeremy Grant in this matchup, as well as Denny Avdia. Denny obviously getting better and better game by game. We kind of saw in the matchup with Charlotte, Denny's still working back to that full game conditioning. He was out for a little while. You could tell near the end of the game he was a little gassed, and that's to be expected as you're working your way back. As it's often said, there's only one way to condition yourself for NBA games, and that's playing in NBA games. Doesn't matter how many wind sprints you try to do, in practice or whatnot, you cannot simulate real NBA game speed. Elsewhere in this game, you've got to contain Keontae George. We haven't gotten an official update whether or not Keontae George is going to play in this matchup. He was listed as questionable coming in. He's averaging 23.6 points and 6 assists for the Jazz. As Chad Doing said earlier, he's nice, and he is a really, really nice player. I like Keontae George a lot. He's burned the Blazers a couple times. Portland, they can't let this young, scrappy Jazz team come in here, start hitting shots, and Keontae George would kind of be the engine of that, so you got to watch him. And Bryce Sensabaugh, a guy that I liked out of the draft a couple years back. He's averaging 16.1 points over his last 10 games as well. That's certainly impressive for Sensabaugh, who's getting a bigger role kind of in that Jazz smaller front court lineup with their injuries having. And of note, we just got an injury update. Robert Williams III is questionable to play tonight. Young Hansen will be available, and that's good news for the Trailblazers as he was on G League assignment. But Robert Williams III being questionable tonight, that's obviously of note news for the Trailblazers. If Rob can't go, we would obviously see the Trailblazers likely go in the direction of Young Hansen as far as the backup big. Maybe they would turn out to go a little bit smaller, but we'll be keeping tabs on that as well. Back to the keys themselves. The Jazz average nearly 20 free throws per game. Blazers are right behind them at 19, but the Blazers need to win the line. The Jazz shoot just about 4% better than the Trailblazers as well. The Blazers have to make them count at the line. Less so at home this year, but just overall, we've seen issues with this Trailblazers team not being able to convert when they get to the line. Portland has to be able to do that tonight. Additionally, they need to win the offensive boards. Portland's the second best offensive rebounding team in the NBA with 14.1 per, but Utah's not far behind at 12 per. Now, some of that is still inflated by some of the guys who will not be playing tonight for the Jazz, but for what that's worth, that still means Utah needs to be respected on the offensive glass, and we saw against Charlotte, Portland had an advantage there, and Charlotte was +6. Portland can't have that. They need to win the offensive glass tonight. Elsewhere, Utah averages the second most assists in the NBA, led by Isaiah Collier, 7.2 per game. They have 29.5 assists assists per game do the Utah Jazz. That's some nice ball movement. Blazers defense needs to be on point, and then win the turnover battle. Portland still leads the NBA with 17 turns per game, but Utah turns it over 15.5 times per game. So tonight, at home, with the crowd behind you, take care of the ball. Don't give a tanking team easy chances. Elsewhere for the Trailblazers, they have to attack the rim. Utah is last in the NBA, folks. Count them, last in the NBA with just 3.6 blocks per game. They have to get to the rim. They have to, get to the foul line and show that effort tonight. With the Blazers, not having or with the Jazz not necessarily having a big rim protector there in the middle, as we mentioned, going back to the injury report. No Yusuf Nurkic, no Walker Kessler, no Jaren Jackson, no Larry Markkinen. That leaves a big hole in the middle. So already a Jazz team that we looked at that already on the year was not averaging very many blocks per game, an NBA worse 3.6. You got to figure that number's even lower. So I'm looking at Jeremy Grant, I'm looking at Denny Avdia in this game. Both of those two guys 100% need to be able to get to the rim and continue to attack the rim and get to the foul line, because at home Portland needs to win the foul line. They need to be the team that's on top of the foul line, and I think more than anything, this kind of a game screams like it needs to be Denny Avdia, Jeremy Grant taking over for the Trailblazers. Both those guys have been playing good. I'm excited to see Denny a game more comfortable and back in the system, and ultimately see what happens from there. And then last but not least, in terms of a key that I've got is, again, borrowing from good old Michael Holton, and that is the effort, the energy, and the intensity. And I think for the Trailblazers in this game is, they have to continue to play good basketball. And like we said, the Jazz obviously come into this game, they're just 2-8 in their last 10 games. They're just 1-10 in division matchups on the year. They only beat Minnesota. That wasn't too long ago. But again, this Jazz team definitely trending for the opposite end of the standings. And with that, I think ultimately, the Trailblazers have to just show up and take care of business tonight. And, easier said than done. Every night is a challenge in the NBA. And I remember when we were talking about it with Chad Doing a little bit earlier, when he's like, there's no chance the Blazers drop this one. And, there's always a chance, folks. The NBA is the NBA for a reason. There are dudes who can play some ball. This is not like, hey, an NBA team's out a couple guys and, they grabbed a couple guys, off the rec league at the local YMCA. No, these are still NBA guys for a reason. And I think to that extent, that's why these Trailblazers, need to just take care of business, come out, dominate, prove that they're the better team. And, in this matchup, they absolutely are. And I think, like Chad said, a 15.5-point spread entering this game. I'll see if it updated here for us momentarily, but that's a big-time spread. It definitely shows the Blazers odds makers in this game. Even if Robert Williams is out, I still like the Blazers' chances, in this game. Donovan Clingan in the middle. I expect DC to have a big game, especially if the Jazz are limited as far as guys in the middle as well. So there's a lot to like about this matchup, for the Trailblazers, and I think they're going to be in great shape to sweep the series, go 4-0 against the Jazz this season. It would just be the second time in team history, I should say, thinking college folks, team history that the Blazers have taken down the Jazz 4-0 in a season. It's only happened one other time, 2013-2014, so Blazers will be shooting for a little bit of history as well when they take on the Jazz. So make sure, again, to stay locked in. Chad Doing is going to have the Blazers pregame show coming up at 6 o'clock, and then Travis Demers will have the call starting at 7, and then don't forget, fifth quarter, we're going to be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the Rip City Remixes game on Tuesday at Chiles Center. Make sure you stay locked into the Blazers post-game show, and then the fifth quarter where Chad Doing and I will be giving you guys away those tickets and hopefully breaking down a Trailblazers victory. This has been Blazers Game Day with Brendan Slaughter. We'll talk to you guys after the game.
So that once I start to clear those things, then I know that, I'm pretty much iron, So that's just how I'm going about it. I'm not in a hurry. I know that I'm reaching those marks, and, every day I'm up, for hours. I'm up early in the morning and hours of, rehab and weight training and conditioning and basketball workouts and recovery. So I know that I'm doing the right things, and in due time, all of the stuff that's happening right now that people can't see, they'll see the benefits of it.
That's great. I'm really happy to hear that process is going well. Now, Dame, you play basketball your entire life, and then all of a sudden you're out of action. I'm curious, because you're a student of the game as well. What have you noticed or learned about the game by just sitting and observing?
I think I've been able to put a lot together when my emotions aren't directly tied to the game. I would say the number one thing I've learned is that the league is changing. What works or what's working, now is not what always worked then. And what worked then, is no longer, the way to go to have, the highest level of success. But I've also been able to see how important it is for a team to be connected. I think that's one thing that sticks out to me. And just watching game after game and seeing us play the same team, the first time, the second time, the third time, and just to see the different stages teams are in. You play them one time and then you see they not really together right now, and then when you see them again, they might be on a winning streak and they look like a completely different team. And then the third time they might look different. And then there are certain teams that was together in the beginning, and then they have success from being together, and then they get more committed to the togetherness. And then the third time you see them, it's like, oh, the Spurs, they ready to go, So just being able to see that part of it while not having to play and just kind of being on the sidelines, seeing, I knew it was important all along. It's something that I've always been big on, but seeing it now, especially with a younger team and a new team, it's like, man, it's really a difference maker in what teams have success in the NBA today.
That's cool, and it's probably going to make you an even better player next year. I was curious, with Scoot and the other young players on the team, Dame, do you offer insight to them when you have it, or do you wait for them to come to you? How does that process normally work?
Typically I let them come to me, and they will, they'll ask me questions. But if time has gone by, and it's been like a period of time where I'm noticing something or I see a trend of something, I'll let some time go by and then I'll share what I think. That way, you're not just on top of guys, just dropping knowledge after knowledge after knowledge. You give them the space to where, like, I've been a young player. So, you start to be able to see when a guy's head is kind of like spinning, and he's trying to figure things out. And you see a trend of how games might be going, and I'm watching it, like I said, emotion free. So I can see it very clearly. I've experienced a lot of these things. So those are times that I might just, send a text, or I might at practice sit next to him and, be like, look, when you see this or in these type of moments, and share what my experience has been and share what I see and how I feel like, what I feel like could help. And that's it, but I've spent most of the year just kind of being a fly on the wall, engaging with the team, at the facility, at games, and, sharing when they ask questions. And that's really been it, and ultimately being an example, being the first person in the building, in the weight room, on the court, just being active in that way. So that's really the kind of year it's been.
Boy, I'd love to hear that. I know you're a big fan of this young team, and I know the fans are excited about the young core. I wanted to get your take on a couple of the guys. First off, Donovan Clingan, he's been a great fit, and you've seen the development from year one to year two, especially on the defensive end, where he'll be on the short list for Defensive Player of the Year. What are your thoughts on Clingan in year two, Dame?
I think he's improved a lot. I think his body has changed from year one to two. I think he understands more what it takes to be able to to have success consistently in the NBA. You can be as talented or have as many gifts as you want, but if you're not taking care of yourself and your body isn't conditioned to do the job, then you're going to struggle. And I think from year 1 to 2, I think he's kind of figured that out more than he had it figured out the first time around. And it's given him confidence because of what he's been able to do. So, his size, how dominant he is on the offensive glass, he's starting to make that top of the key three. He's stretching the floor out now, and he's making it on a more consistent basis and starting to believe in it. And you just see him just constantly improving, not just from last year to this year, but from the start of this year to right now. You can count on a double-double. You can count on him making a couple of those threes. You can count on him getting us extra possessions. So it's still early for him. He's a young player, and as long as he continues to find those little things that he can get better at and find ways to just look in the mirror and, be more honest with yourself than others are, and you'll always be able to find something that you can tighten up. I still find things about myself, after 14 seasons where I'm just like, I need to be better at this. You can always find something. And I think as long as, he's taking that type of approach where he's just trying to nitpick at himself and find ways to improve, he could be super, super special. And I've told him that.
That's awesome. Now with Denny, he's made that difficult adjustment to being a primary ball handler and facilitator. He obviously enjoys the physicality of the game. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing from Denny?
I love it. Just seeing him start to blossom this season and have to kind of fall into more responsibility, scoring, playmaking, having to be a decision maker down a stretch of games, having to carry a bigger load, all of those things. I was really happy for him to, make his first All-Star game, but just to see a wing with that size, that type of physicality, that type of speed, he can shoot the ball. He sees the floor well. He plays a dominant style, physically. He's imposing. He draws fouls. He finishes through contact. He's constantly putting pressure on the defense. So, it's been fun to watch. And I think, just with a guy like him, it's similar to what I said about DC. It's just like you just got to keep – they're going to throw more and more at you. The more you show, the more they're going to put two people – they're going to run and jump you. They're going to trap you. They're going to try to push you to your weak hand. They're going to find ways to try to break your game down, and you got to be able to recognize that on film and just continue to address, they're trying to take this away and make me do this because they don't think this is a strength of mine. And you got to keep making your strengths stronger, and you got to make, whatever deficiencies or things that you aren't great at, you got to become good at those things as well. And you got to just keep finding those things. And I think for him, when he does that, he becomes even more of a problem than he already is for these teams.
All right, there's my part one of the conversation with Damian Lillard. Part two coming up a little later in the show. Look forward to that. Trailblazers and Jazz coming up at 7 here on the Blazers Audio Network. Rip City, it's time for tonight's Red Hot Drop from Rip City Clothing. Tonight, only get 50% off our Defender lightweight hoodie. Visit ripcityclothing.com to check out tonight's Red Hot deal. We'll come back, and I'm going to be joined by the coach, Michael Holton. It's time for a little Holton on Hoops. We'll get his take on what lessons can be learned from the loss to the Hornets on Tuesday before they take on the Jazz tonight here on the Blazers Audio Network.
Hey, Trailblazer fans, grab a slice of the action with the Blazers Pizza Special. Each ticket includes a large soda and a slice from a local favorite, Ranch Pizza. With 2 tickets starting at only $50, this is a winning bundle, no matter how you slice it. Head over to trailblazers.com/pizza to check out our full menu of games and grab your tickets today. That's trailblazers.com/pizza.
It's Truck Month with the Ford Crew.
Care for a Truck Month trivia contest, Sam?
Oh, I can't resist, Hank.
Okay, Fact, Truck Month happens only once a year.
Fact, it's the best time to buy a new Ford truck.
Fact, Ford F-Series is the best-selling lineup of trucks in America for 49 years.
Fact, America loves Ford Truck Month.
Fact, I agree with that fact.
Based on 1977 to 2025 CY Industry reported total sales.
Back to the Trailblazers pregame show on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
All right, you're looking for something built to last? Shop our Mitchell & Ness collection of Rip City clothing crafted with authentic design and premium quality that honors the history of the game. This is heritage you can wear. Clean lines, classic marks, no shortcuts. Shop now at ripcityclothing.com, the official Trailblazers team store. I'm joined now by the coach, Michael Holton, for a little Holton on Hoops. And I'm wondering, Coach, that tough loss to the Hornets a couple of nights ago, they're up by 19 in the second quarter, and they let the game slip away. What do you think are some of the important lessons they can learn from on that night as they go into this game against Utah?
Well, clearly is playing a 48-minute game, staying consistent with the game plan and what you did to get the lead. I thought in that game, one of the Trailblazers' strengths is rebounding the basketball, and particularly extending possessions on the offensive board. And I thought in the second half of that Hornet game, they got outworked in both of those areas, and that was the difference in the game.
What do you think is the big issue when the Blazers are struggling? Is it the turnovers? Is it the lack of offensive rebounding? Is it the three-point shooting percentage? What normally stands out, or what's the common denominator in those situations?
I think lower shot quality. When the Blazers are not playing the type of offense to work for the type of shot they want and to put pressure on the defense, manipulate the defense, get to the free throw line, get to the offensive board. When those things aren't happening offensively and you're settling for a quick jump shot, I thought that a diet of those type of possessions in the second half were problematic. And I think that's an area, if I were going to point at one area for this team to kind of look at, examine, break down, and correct, it would be that one, because you don't want to let the defense off the hook and let them off the hook in a way that now you're having to play transition defense and you're not able to set your defense.
What would be a good example of a quality shot that you're referencing?
A quality shot would be some type of action, whether it's a DHO or a handoff, and then somebody gets downhill, dribbles, gets a piece of the paint, rotates the low weak side defender, kicks it out. That's quality. And from there, it can only get better because that person can take that three, or they can swing it or drive that closeout. And so once you start putting the defense in rotation by driving the ball, drawing two, you're on your way to a quality possession.
There you have it, the coach, Michael Holton, little Holton on Hoops. I appreciate you, my friend. I hope you enjoy the game tonight.
I hope I enjoy it, too.
All right, we'll come back, and we're going to be joined by the voice, Travis Demers. We'll get his take on tonight's matchup. Jazz and Blazers coming up at 7 here on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
When accidents happen, you need a team who shows up for you. Goldberg and Lauren, the people's team, standing strong with our Oregon and Washington communities. Injury attorneys who fight harder, care deeper, and deliver results. Call Goldberg and Lauren today, 971-264-0000.
Okay, does this happen to anybody else? You sit down with a juicy QPC, some McNuggets, and those golden fries from McDonald's. Then you take a long sip of your Sprite because you can still hear your mama saying, don't fill up on that drink before you eat your food. But you're grown now, so you do what you want.
Share and share alike with the 20-piece McNuggets from McDonald's for just $6. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
In business, having a solid game plan is key to success. That's why Northwest businesses partner with Columbia Bank. And now Columbia is partnering with another local favorite, your Portland Trailblazers. See how Columbia can help your business grow at columbiabank.com. Member FDIC.
Hey Rip City, this is Danny Avdia. Thanks for joining us on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
Tonight's tip-off is coming up. Right now, we continue with the Trailblazers pregame show on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
What's up, Rip City? Are you looking for a program that empowers your daughter through basketball? She Hoops, presented by Toyota. It's designed for girls ages 6 to 17, combining skill building with personal growth. You can sign up today at trailblazers.com/youthbasketball by scrolling to the She Hoops section. I wonder if they teach your daughters not to sneak out in the middle of the night at that camp. Hope that's the case. I'm going to send Kaylee. I'm joined now by the voice of your Portland Trailblazers, Travis Demers. Trav, my man, I texted you earlier. Like, this is a game the Blazers should be able to handle tonight, right?
You would expect so. Look, they're big favorites in the game tonight, Chad, and there's a reason for that. Obviously,
15 and a half at last check.
Yeah, I'll let you go there with that. But you look at where Utah is right now, and they're a team that is headed to the lottery, right? Again, and
with purpose,
right? And you look at what they have done in the last couple of weeks with some of the injuries they have. They're still playing decent basketball. I mean, they had a big lead over the Knicks in the first half a couple of nights ago before, that kind of fell apart for them. They had an overtime win against the Warriors. They can still score. They can still do a lot of things, but they're also trying to see what the big picture is with that team. And you look at all the players that are out. Obviously, Kessler's out for the year. Jaren Jackson Jr. is out for the year. Markkanen isn't going to play. Keontae George is out tonight. So you have a lot of young guys who have a lot of talent. You look at what Ace Bailey's been able to do lately.
Yeah.
They are not designed to win a lot of NBA games right now, but it doesn't mean they can't.
Yeah, that's a good point. Travis Demers is with us, getting ready for the Trailblazers and Jazz coming up tonight at 7. I've asked everyone this question tonight because I'm curious to get everyone's take on it. With the Trailblazers, when things go sideways, what number do you think is the most important? Is it the offensive rebounding? Is it the three-point shooting percentage, the turnovers? What do you see as the common denominator when the Trailblazers struggle?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the opponent too, right? Because there are games where they have struggled shooting a three, but they have had good offensive rebounding, or they've been able to get to the free throw line a lot. I think a lot of it depends on the opponent, because you look at the other night, and they didn't turn the ball over a lot against Charlotte, but they also didn't shoot very well, and they let the Hornets kill them on the offensive glass, right? So if they lost the offensive rebound battle there, but were able to shoot better, it's a different story. Against the Rockets earlier this year, they lost the offensive rebound battle, but they were great in scoring off a turnover. So I think a lot of it has to do with the opponent. But for the Blazers, when they start turning the ball over and they allow teams to get out and transition and then get second chance opportunities and third chance opportunities, I think a lot of that comes together and is part of the same thing. So a lot of it does come from offensive rebounding. And when this team does not make three-point shots at a good clip, which they're the second worst three-point shooting team in terms of percentage in the NBA, and then you follow that up with not being able to get second chance points, I think that's when things start to fall apart a bit.
Now, is this impressive young man sitting to your right a future broadcaster?
Oh, yeah, he totally is. He's been coming up here for years, and he's just come up to say hello. When he gets a little older, he's going to come job shadow me for a night.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, Trav, I appreciate you, buddy.
All right, Chad, thank you.
All right, we'll come back, and when we do, we're going to hear part 2 of my conversation with Damian Lillard as we get ready for the Trailblazers and Jazz on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
Back to the Trailblazers pregame show on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
All right, Rip City, make this season yours. You can wear it your way with exclusive Trailblazers gear that you can't find anywhere else. New drops all season long at Rip City Clothing. Shop now at any arena store or online at ripcityclothing.com. sportslounge.com. All right, it's time for part 2 of my conversation with Damian Lillard, and I think this might be my favorite part because he's going to share a great story about Paul Allen, who I love dearly and was obviously a tremendous owner for the Portland Trail Blazers. But here is part 2 with Dame. You know, this is pretty cool. I ran into Ken Leibel this morning when I was getting coffee, Dame. He's one of your partners in your new Sports Lounge Honorable Mention, which is in the Benson building. It just opened up last week. It's almost been open for a week. I love the design and the decor. How pleased are you with how it turned out?
I'm super pleased with it. Just the look that we were going for, you know, how I would want something to be represented in my name. It turned out great. You know, I think it'll be for the right crowd. You know, it's a sports bar, but it's not just bar people going there to, you know, have a bunch of drinks. It's a classy environment. It's a classy environment. You know, obviously the TVs, the R&B music, you know, smooth music. It's a old crowd there. It's just it's a great opportunity for the city of Portland to have something like that, you know, where it's positive, it's safe. It's not just bar food, you know, it's an actual menu with good food. So I'm looking forward to, you know, people getting to go and experience that.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, I heard, Dame, it might be the beef tartare, but what's your favorite item on the menu from Chef Bobby?
Yeah, man, Chef Bobby Brown, man. We got a chef named Bobby Brown, and he ain't an R&B singer. But I would say my favorite thing on the menu right now, I love beef tartare, and we got some good tartare there. But since I was a kid, man, I love deviled eggs. So we got some good deviled eggs.
I've got a couple of more questions for you. You know, for many players, Dame, it may not matter, but ownership change is probably not at the top of the list. But you're fully vested in Portland. What are your thoughts on the new owner, Tom Dundon, coming in and taking over once he's confirmed here in the near future?
You know, I think obviously having Paul Allen, and I had a great relationship with Paul up until he passed, and a great relationship with Jody. Huh?
I love Paul.
Yeah, he was a great dude, man. I got to spend some time with him, and I recorded my first rap album at his house. He let me record my album there.
You did? He let you record at his house? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was in. I was there for. It was like during free agency, and we were there in like 2016. We were there like during free agency to like meet about the team. And he just pulled me aside like, damn, I want to show you something. And he took me off with this elevator that was outside, but it was like glass and it went down like the side of a cliff. And we get to the bottom and it was a whole different building, but it was like a studio where they had like, you can record live. It was like small studios and upstairs of it. It was a kitchen, bedrooms, everything. And he showed me the studio. He played his guitar. He had these nice ass guitars in there. He played it a little bit, and he was like, "Yeah, you didn't know I did music." I was like, I had no clue, and I never would have guessed it. So he was like, "Yeah, I know you do music, and you know, if you ever want to come in here and record, then you know, just let me know." And I was like, "Really?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Actually, I'm about to, you know, start working on recording a project." And he was like, "Well, let me know." And I let him know. And I was there 10 days straight, just recording. He let me use his engineer, recorded it for me and everything.
That's so badass.
It was pretty cool. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I did my first album, The Letter O, at his house in Beverly Hills. But,
Gosh,
you know, what I know of Tom is just, you know, since I was a kid, you know, middle school, high school, college, you know, I've always been a part of things that, you know, was a tight ship. You know, it was about discipline, accountability, and, you know, doing things the right way. And just what I know of Tom, you know, is that's what he stands for. So, you know, I think it'll definitely be that type of standard and those type of expectations. And, you know, I'll thrive in that because that's how I live my life, and that's how that's what I've experienced in my career as well.
All right, I've got two more questions for you, Dame. I want to start with this. Rip City would say that your 71-point game was better because you only took 14 free throws, but 83 is a crazy number. What were your thoughts when you're seeing Bam achieve the second highest scoring mark in NBA history?
Man, Bam is my boy, so I was just happy for him. Talked my trash to him. I talked my trash to him, but
did you let him know you only took 14 free throws? Yeah. Hey, I only took 14 free throws, Bam.
I didn't even talk about mine because I ain't even have 80. He had 83. I only had 71. So I was like, I ain't even in the same boat no more. He passed Kobe. So, I didn't even talk about, how many free throws or none of that. I mean, in my mind, I'm like, man, this dude just scored 83. I mean, he still had to go draw those fouls to get the free throws. So,
yeah.
Like the conditioning that takes, and he had 30 in the first quarter and just kept going. Like, regardless of how it was done, it's still hard. I mean, nobody else has done it, and we got other guys that draw a bunch of fouls. So, man, that's a great accomplishment. It's a part of history, and as a friend of his, I know he's a great dude. I know he's a unselfish dude. So, regardless of how it happened, and I'm happy for him.
That's great. All right, so, we got this young core. I've been encouraging fans to go out and get to Moda Center to watch this young team because I know they're going to enjoy them, and they're in a playoff push. They're going to be in the play-in at the very least. Can you talk about how important it is, and you remember this from your younger days, for fans to show up and pack Moda Center, and how special that is when the energy from the crowd is helping power you guys to victories, especially in the postseason?
Yeah, we need fans to show up. When I think back to, when I was younger and what it felt like to be playing for something, with something on the line and to have our fans behind us, it felt important. It felt like, we had a real boost. Everything that we did with our fans there, it felt like it was just that much bigger. And we got that much more, momentum from our crowd being behind us, because I've, played in every building many times. And, our fans, man, when they show up, it's a different level in that building. It's hard to win in Portland, and everybody says it, but that's only when the fans show up. So we need our fans to show up, and, it's been a while since we had something to play for. It's high stakes. An opportunity to get in the playoffs, and for our team, even as a young team, to experience something that they haven't experienced yet. So we definitely need fans to be there to bring that to life and to make sure that we take advantage of this opportunity.
Hey, Dame, how old are your kids now?
My oldest is going to be 8 in 2 weeks. Dame Jr. will be 8 in 2 weeks, and my twin's 5 years old.
Oh, that's awesome. Now, let me give you a warning. My daughter's 16, and last weekend she's up at Ridgefield at a friend's house staying the night. They got caught sneaking out, and then they used a burner app to send a message to her father pretending to be me, trying to make sense of the situation, and they got busted.
Oh,
so
wow.
watch out for the burner apps, Dame.
Hey, man, I pray my kids never try me like that, because y'all gonna have to. Hey, I don't know what I'll do in that situation. That's why I try to establish as much trust as I can, because I don't want to be in that situation, man.
No doubt. Well, Dame,
I tell my kids all the time, if you tell the truth, you're not getting in trouble.
Exactly. Tell the truth.
I can't protect you if you lie, man.
Yeah. Well, Dame, I appreciate you being so gracious with your time. Obviously, it's great to have you back in town, and we love that you're here. But more importantly, I just can't wait to see you play next year. So I continue to wish you well as you get that from 90% up to 100% your Achilles. And I mean, how awesome is that going to be to take the floor next year and play? That's good. You got to be pumped on that.
Man, I'm beyond pumped, man. I can't wait. I can't wait. Just not just because I'm gonna get to play again, but like playing on this team. Like, we're gonna have a real chance to do a lot of winning. Like, we're gonna have a chance to do a lot of winning, and I'm looking forward to it.
That's great. All right, Dame, I appreciate you, my friend. Have a good night and appreciate your time.
All right, have a good one, man. Appreciate y'all.
All right, big thanks to Damian Lillard for his time. We'll keep things rolling. We're going to come back. Our analytics insider, Tom Habistro, will share some insight on the Blazers' chase for the play-in tournament here on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
Wear it your way, Rip City. Your style, one team. This season, make Rip City yours with exclusive Trailblazers gear you won't find anywhere else. Only at Rip City Clothing. Fresh drops all season long, straight from the source. Whether you're in the stands or watching from home, show up in authentic style that's all you. Rip City Clothing, the official team store of your Portland Trailblazers. In-store and online at Rip City Clothing and ripcityclothing.com.
Smell that? Bacon. Since 1934, Hempler's has used only the leanest European pork bellies for its premium bacon, made right here in the Pacific Northwest. Slow smoked over natural hardwoods for a rich aroma, savory flavor, and a thick gourmet bite. It's no wonder Hempler's is America's leanest bacon and the official bacon of your Portland Trailblazers. Hempler's, small batch crafted meats. Hempler's.
Tonight's tip-off is coming up. Right now, we continue with the Trailblazers pregame show on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
All right, joining us now on the pregame show is our analytics insider, Tom Habistro. Make sure you read him at tomthefinder.com. How is the play-in tournament shaping up for Portland, Tom? The Trailblazers, Clippers, and Warriors battling for seeds 8, 9, and 10. What is the likely landing spot for Portland? What do you think?
Well, right now, the most likely spot is where they're right now, is the 10 seed. They're 7.5 games up on the Memphis Grizzlies, so they don't really have to worry about falling out of the play-in tournament, which sends 7, 8, and 9, and 10 in a tournament, a mini tournament where 7 plays 8. The winner of that is locked into the 7 seed. And then the loser of that game will play the winner of the 9-10 game. So if the Blazers are in the 9 slot, which is right now occupied by the Golden State Warriors, if they get to the 9 slot, they actually host that first game of the 9-10 game, which is something they should strive for because right now they're about a 19-20% odds of getting to that 9th spot. And the reason why they're a game and a half behind that 9th slot, but I think it's probably understating their odds of moving past Golden State, and here's why. Blazers right now have the easiest schedule by far in the NBA. Going forward, it's going to look a lot like Friday's opponent, the Utah Jazz. 3 out of the next 4 games are coming against bottom 5 teams, Brooklyn, Utah, and Indiana, where it's like, hey, there's a real opportunity here to make up some ground. And even the Philadelphia 76ers in this upcoming game, they're really shorthanded without Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Paul George. And so the schedule is very soft for the Blazers. They're about a 70% chance of staying in that 10th slot because they are a game and a half back of the 9th slot. But I wouldn't be surprised if they take advantage of this soft schedule here and rally to take at least the 9th slot and possibly the 8th slot, but more likely that they get moved to they stay at the 10th slot. But I think there's a real chance with this schedule. The Blazers can really take advantage.
Well, and I would imagine, too, at least for this squad, now that they're getting healthy and the coach will have a chance to develop more continuity, maybe at the very least you can be playing your best basketball going into the play-in tournament.
Yeah, and certainly the most important thing is Deni Avdia's health. You know, this is a guy who was an All-NBA candidate before his back injury took hold. And I think he has started to play a little bit better here. You know, when you look at his numbers, he didn't have the same sort of efficiency as he did before the back injury, especially from downtown. But luckily that three-point shot picked up in a big way in the last game. And so I do think that the most important variable for the Blazers going into the playoffs is the health of Deni Avdia, because without him, the offense just isn't remotely the same. And so it was good to see that against the Hornets, he was able to hit a couple three-pointers because before that, he was in an 0 for 18 drought from downtown. I think a lot of that had to do with his back. And so hopefully the fact that he was shooting 40% from downtown in the last game, hopefully that's a signal that he's feeling better and that this is just the start of a really nice run for him.
What is the most important number that jumps out in the Portland losses, Tom? Is it turnovers? Is it the three-point shooting percentage, rebounding, offensive rebounding, or something else? What are you seeing?
It's the three-point shooting. When you look at the Blazers, they are 15-4 this season when they are shooting at least 38% from downtown. 15-4, 11 games over 500 when they do that. When they don't do, just another note on that. Every team, when they shoot at least 38%, they're pretty good, but actually the Blazers are the 8th ranked team in the NBA when they are shooting 38%. So that's every team, at least 38%. Only 7 teams have a better win percentage in those scenarios. And so that's a real testament to that when this Blazers team are hitting their shots, they're a really good team. But of course, the other side of that is that they're 16-31 when they don't shoot well from downtown. So it is a huge swing factor for this team, and it's a reason why I'm still big, despite his shooting numbers not being up to par. I'm still really big on Vit Krejci because typically he's about a 50% three-point shooter on open threes, and he's been getting those open shots quite a bit, but he hasn't been able to knock it down. But I do think that Vit is going to be a huge swing factor for the Blazers because of that ability to shoot, and the Blazers really need some guys to hit those deep threes. And Vit, traditionally in Atlanta, was one of the 5 best pure shooters in the league. So I think he needs to be more aggressive in looking at his shot. I've noticed sometimes in the game, Vit does kind of hesitate to take a three because he's integrating himself into this team and he doesn't want to step on any toes. But I think Tiago Splitter would agree. They got Vit Krejci for a lot of reasons, and one of it is his three-point shooting. And so they want him to be the best version of himself and not be worried about fitting in or anything like that. So I think one thing I'm going to be watching here in this game is whether Denny and Vit can get some synergy and chemistry out there, because I really think they have an ability to improve both of their play and be amplifiers to both skill sets. So I'm looking for that as we hit the stretch run here. Blazers three-point shooting is going to be probably the biggest differentiator between, is this just a fun team or is this a team that can actually make some noise in the playoffs?
All right, Tom Haberstroh, our analytics insider. Read him at TomTheFinder.com. Hey, Tom, I appreciate it, man. Enjoy your night tonight. Enjoy the game, and I'll talk to you on Sunday.
You got it, Chad.
Coming up next on the pregame show, we'll step into the coach's corner. Travis Demers is going to have a conversation with Tiago Splitter on the Blazers Audio Network.
Spotting the perfect fit is kind of your thing. So when it comes to finding a used car, start your search at FordBlueAdvantage.com and find the perfect certified pre-owned vehicle at your local Ford dealer. One that comes with serious perks, like a thorough inspection, a Ford-backed warranty, even a Carfax report. Because you know what they say, the best finds are the ones that feel made for you. Ford Blue Advantage. Used car buying that's built for you. Available at participating dealers only. See your dealer for details and limitations.
Tonight's tip-off is coming up. Right now, we continue with the Trailblazers pregame show on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
Welcome back to the pregame show. The Blazers finish up their homestand tonight against the Utah Jazz, and joining me now is Trailblazers acting head coach Tiago Splitter. Coach, a couple of nights ago against Charlotte, you guys got off to a great start, really the way that you want to get off to in those games. How can you take the things that you do in those situations and at this point of the season try and be more consistent through 48 minutes? And I know it's been an up and down thing this year.
Yeah, I think you said it all, that there's games that we start well but can't not maintain that for 48 minutes, and some cases being the opposite, where you don't start a game well and then somehow you find a way to play the game better and you finish the game in a better way. But, the key here is to win basketball games and try to be consistent throughout those 48 minutes and win basketball games.
Offensively, there have been some ups and downs, but defensively, both games against Charlotte, some of these other games, you take them out of what they're trying to do. How important has your defense been to keep you in some of those games where you have had some scoreless stretches?
Yeah, I think it's something that we are finding our identity, after a lot of guys being out. I think finally, with most of the guys back, we are defending better. We know our roles. We know our rotations better, and the guys are responding. I think defensively, we are going to the right direction and just got to be more, like you say, more consistent on offense.
And to your point about guys playing different roles and things like that when various players have been out, now that everybody is closer to being healthy and you have the opportunity for guys to play in the roles that they're most comfortable with, We saw Denny out there the other night without Scoot, without Drew, playing some of that point guard spot that he really hadn't before. So earlier in the season, when players had to adapt to different roles, how does that help the versatility now?
Well, I think we saw a little bit of everything, right? Like, so we know what they're capable of, Danny, Scoot, Drew. So now it's kind of like our job just to put them in the best position to perform and play better and play well. I'm sorry, but the team is getting to that point. I think we still got 16 games here or whatever we have left to finish the season strong and get ready for play-in.
You've obviously played in important games down the stretch of the season. You've won championships. Drew Holiday's won championships. A number of guys on this roster and coaching staff have been in those key situations late in the games and late in the season when a lot of the young guys haven't. So what is that role now for yourself, for the veterans on this team who have been there, to help the young guys understand the importance of the late games and this part of the season?
Well, I think you said all. I mean, these last games, the good teams, they maintain at a high level how they play. And, it's been already a long season, 60-something games. And some teams start to drop a little bit in the focus, on the energy, and we got to keep it up or even do it better. That's the key. That's how good teams wins and gets to the postseason in a good shape.
You look at a team like Utah tonight, and they're obviously banged up. They're at a very different place in the standings. But whoever has been on the floor for them, they score. They find a way to compete. They had a big lead against the Knicks the other night. They won an overtime game against the Warriors the other night. So while this isn't the Jazz that their full roster would look like if they were healthy, how dangerous are they?
Oh, very dangerous. As a team that, like I said, they don't have as much responsibility, so they playing free basketball. They let it fly. They trying different things. The player, sometimes with 5 out and players outside of their natural position, so makes it a little bit harder to guard, honestly. And they run in the floor pretty well in transition, shooting threes. So you got to be ready for that, freedom of movement and what they're doing out there.
Appreciate it. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
All right, Chad will have more in the pregame show coming up next on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
Back to the Trailblazers pregame show on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
All right, fans, make sure you download the McDonald's app today to score deals on your favorite menu items, earn points with every purchase, and redeem for free food on your next visit. Order ahead to save time or order McDelivery right to your door. Our Trailblazer insider and reporter Casey Holdout joins us now. And Casey, the Blazers just 4-6 since the All-Star break. Even though it's the Jazz who are headed straight to the lottery, tonight is actually an important game for Portland.
It really is, because this Jazz team will beat you. They just beat the Warriors the other day, a team that the Blazers are in the running for the play-in, or at least to improve in the play-in. That was kind of the only ray of sunshine from the game versus the Hornets, was that at least the Warriors lost as well. But you're exactly right, Chad. This Jazz team, they play hard under Will Hardy, and you're exactly right that I think their attention is more towards future seasons than this season. But on a night-to-night basis, they're going to go out and play hard. And they were one of the teams that got fined pretty significantly. So I think there's also that motivation as well from the organizational perspective, which is that, hey, we'd rather not have to pay $500,000 again, so we're going to go out there and put our best foot forward and give ourselves a chance to win. They're already in a space where they know they're going to get a good pick regardless, or at least have a good lottery opportunity. But they're still going to come out here and try to win this game tonight, Chad. And so the Blazers, if they let their guard down even in the slightest, if they don't bring their best, particularly without Rob Williams playing tonight, they can absolutely lose this game. So they need to really put their best foot forward and make sure that they're hitting the glass, make sure they're taking care of the ball, make sure that they're hitting free throws and limiting the amount of three-point attempts that the Jazz get, because those are the areas where if the Blazers turn the ball over a lot and the Jazz get hot from three because they take a lot of threes, then you find yourself in a close game all of a sudden. So the Blazers, if they take care of their own business, they should be good tonight. But again, if they let their guard down at all, they could be in for a long night.
Well, one thing for certain, offensive rebounding is so critical for the Trailblazers, isn't it?
It really is, and that's something that they've been able to make up for some of their issues, particularly in terms of free throw shooting and just their half-court offense, by creating second-chance opportunities. They have been one of the best teams in the NBA, and if I'm not mistaken, one of the best teams maybe even like the last 10 years in terms of second-chance points per game. And so they basically have to win that battle every single night. And they didn't win that battle versus the Hornets, and you saw what happened. They ended up losing that game in the stretch. So the Blazers tonight versus a Jazz team that does not have a whole lot of size. Again, they are going to be without Robert Williams, but they still have Donovan Clingan, one of the best offensive rebounders in the NBA. Hansen, I imagine, will maybe play some minutes tonight. He just had a really good run with the remix going up against the SD Clippers last couple games. But really, the other players talked about these last 2 days that they've had off, that they had practices. One of the main areas of emphasis was rebounding, because they have not rebounded very well since that road trip. And multiple players, including Drew Holiday, even mentioned, like, hey, they kind of got into us a little bit in terms of our rebounding. And we watched some film, and Drew even admitted, he's like, they showed me some clips, and I was like, yeah, I got to be better, because, I need to hold up my end of the bargain. It's not just about the centers. It's not just about the forwards. Everyone has to rebound, particularly against this Jazz team that, again, is going to try to hit you with those second-chance points opportunities.
All right, Casey, I'm sorry to cut you short, but
Dame
stole the show tonight.
I was really glad to hear that Dame went as long as he did. I'm really looking forward to hearing that interview, Chad. I'm sure it's fantastic. Everyone, if you did not hear it on the pregame show, go check it out on 620 AM. I'm sure you guys have it in your archives somewhere. I know I'm going to go and find it. You should listen to it as well, because, Chad, you're great, and Dame is one of the elite talkers in NBA history.
There's no question about it. Have a safe trip. I'll talk to you on Sunday.
Appreciate it.
All right, we'll come back, and we're going to hear from Coach Splitter. I'll be joined by the principal, Curtis Long, here on the Blazers Audio Network.
We make it easy.
At McCord's Vancouver Toyota, our family believes it's about more than just selling cars. For decades, we've been committed to our customers and to the community we proudly call home. For the 10th year in a row, we've been voted best in Clark County and continue to offer the largest inventory of Toyotas in the area, with a tradition of making the car buying process simple and stress-free.
At McCord's Vancouver Toyota, we want what's best for you, and we make it easy.
Tonight's tip-off is coming up. Right now, we continue with the Trailblazers pregame show on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
All right, joined now by the principal, Curtis Long. Coach Splitter, the Blazers are in the final stretch, Curtis, with 16 games to play.
They're in the final stretch, and Coach was asked before the game, what do you want to get out of this? You want to get some more minutes for the younger guys? You want to get the veterans more tuned up for the postseason possibilities. Here's what Coach Splitter said pregame.
My experience is you got to finish it strong, the season strong. This is how, when I play, this is where the time to perfect everything that is not working and get ready for the postseason. And it's not different for us. I think we know that. We got to, find a way to play our best basketball when we finish the season, the regular season. And that's our goal right now, is to find those lineups, is to find those plays, is to find those situations, those type of defense. Now we have those 16 games to find that.
And I think the key in there, Chad, is where he said find those lineups. We've seen Coach Splitter kind of tinkering with those lineups, especially toward the end of games. We've seen him playing much more veterans down the stretch. We'll see if that continues in these final 16.
All right, big thanks to Curtis. We'll come back. We got to get the keys to victory from Travis Demers here on the Blazers Audio Network.
Rip City, get ready to strengthen your game this spring. Rip City Hoops Youth Basketball brings the energy with spring camps and clinics for kids of all ages and special all-girls programs. Building skills and confidence, our programs focus on helping young athletes grow on and off the court, all while having a whole lot of fun. Spring opportunities are filling up fast. Learn more and sign up today at trailblazers.com/youthbasketball or follow along on Instagram at Team Rip City Hoops. Back to the Trailblazers pregame show on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
All right, what's it going to take for the Trailblazers to win tonight? Let's take a look at your local Ford store keys to the game. Travis, what's it going to take tonight, buddy?
Look, we've talked about shot making and defense and all of these things, Chad. This Utah team can score even with all of those guys out of their lineup. You can't let them go on big runs, and when you have a big lead, you have to extend it, and you have to put them away when you have the opportunity.
All right, let's get it done tonight. Tip-off's coming up next. Blazers and Jazz here on the Blazers Audio Network.
You've been listening to the Trailblazers pregame show on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
Doja Cat, Ma Vie World Tour. Live in Portland. Doja Cat. Performing at Moda Center, Saturday, October 17th, 2026. Get tickets now at dojacat.com.
Presented by Robinhood.
It crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hello, everybody, wherever you may be. This is Portland Trailblazers basketball.
Gives it up to Klingon, a reset, back to Denny up top. Gets a screen. Denny on the perimeter, steps back for three. Hits it! Abdia's got 20. He's back.
Welcome to the 56th season of Portland Trailblazers basketball.
Here's Abdi on the perimeter. His pass is deflected into the backcourt by Bridges, but he picks it up and takes it across the logo. Now he takes off and drives, dumps it off to Klingon underneath, dunks it in. Williams has it, gives it to Kamar, now to Abdi. A 2-on-2 in the front court to Grant. Wide open three, buries it.
Brought to you by Moda Health. Experience better health insurance.
Scoop up top, three to shoot, gives it up to Denny. Deep three, yes! His first three since February 9th. Here's a Kamara three, buries it. How about that?
And by Ticketmaster. Get tickets all season long, even last minute at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Trailblazers and the NBA.
Klingon grabs the board, quickly gives it to Holiday. Holiday ups it to Avdia. Avdia on the wing, steps through, puts it up, got it, and one!
And now, along with analyst Michael Holton.
Oh, this is fun basketball. Back and forth they go.
Here is the radio voice of your Portland Trailblazers, the 2025 Oregon Sportscaster of the Year, Travis Demers.
Get up, Rip City!
Good evening and welcome to Portland Trailblazers basketball. Tonight, your Blazers finish up their 3-game homestand as they welcome in the Utah Jazz. Hi, everybody. Along with Chad Doing, I'm Travis Demers. Michael Holton will join us here shortly. And Chad, this is go time now for the Blazers. We've talked about this schedule that was going to get easier for them. The next 4 games, potentially 5, are games the Blazers are going to be favored in and big favorites. And as they fight for trying to move up in the play-in standings, these are the games that are going to mean a whole lot in a couple of weeks when this regular season is over.
No question, they're healthy now, so they got a chance to fine-tune and hopefully over the next couple of weeks get into a position to where they're playing their best basketball as they get prepared for the play, and I'm looking forward to seeing it take place.
You had a chance earlier today to catch up with Damian Lillard. What stood out in your conversation with the letter O?
That he got to record his first Dame album at Paul Allen's house based on invitation, which is amazing. And it's absolutely killing him that he can't be on the floor, but he's looking forward to it. Says he's 90% and just has a few more things to accomplish before next season.
Well, that's about 7 months away, so hopefully we will see Dame back on the floor wearing black and red, something we have not seen in quite some time. And I know all of Rip City is looking forward to that. It's the last meeting between the Trailblazers and Jazz as the Blazers look to sweep the season series against Utah. We'll take a timeout. We'll have the starting lineups and the opening tip coming up from Moda Center. It's the Trailblazers and the Jazz next on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
Looking for your new favorite family tradition? Blazer Sunday Family Fun Days are here with mascots, face painting, games, and fun zones for kids all around the arena. Plus, check out our new family value menu with $4 hot dogs, $2 popcorn, and $10 combos. These Sunday games go big on kid-first fun with activities the whole family will love. Select Sundays, 3 p.m. tip-offs, big fun for little fans. Join the fun and get your tickets at trailblazers.com/fundays.
It's Truck Month with the Ford Crew.
Care for a Truck Month trivia contest, Sam?
Oh, you know I can't resist, Hank.
Okay, fact. Truck Month happens only once a year.
Fact, it's the best time to buy a new Ford truck.
Fact, Ford F-Series is the best-selling lineup of trucks in America for 49 years.
Fact, America loves Ford Truck Month.
Fact, I agree with that fact.
Based on 1977 to 2025 CY industry reported total sales.
What does it mean to be better? It's different for everyone. It comes in all sizes, big and small, short and tall, young and younger. Better is a lofty leap, or a baby step, or every step and misstep in between. Better is a challenge to push more than yesterday, more than ever before. Perfectly unique, ever evolving at our own pace, one step at a time. Better is real, especially when we go there together. Be better. Moda Health.
Happy Women's History Month, Rip City. Join us as we celebrate the women who lead, inspire, and strengthen our world. Throughout the month, we are highlighting local women-owned businesses, spotlighting community partners, and sharing stories of those who reflect the heart of Rip City. There are so many ways to get involved throughout the month. Go to trailblazers.com/WHM to learn more. That's trailblazers.com/WHM.
Hey, Rip City, this is Donovan Klingen. Thank you for being a loyal fan and for joining us on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
Back at Moda Center, getting set for the Blazers and the Jazz. Michael Holton joins us now. And Michael, the Blazers looking for the second ever season sweep over the Utah Jazz. Utah is very undermanned, but they can still score in a big way.
Yeah, Utah is an explosive team in that they get up and down, and they really are
ahead of you setting your defense. So the Blazers are going to have to dictate the terms of engagement. But you mentioned the opportunity for the Trailblazers to sweep the Utah Jazz, and that's something that should not be lost on fans. It's important to the Blazers to get that business done.
Certainly is. Let's hear from Mark Mason.
Winner tonight's game with a record of 20 wins and 46 losses and are in 14th place in the Western Conference. On the floor tonight for the Jazz, starting at forward, 6'8" from Colorado, number 5, Cody Williams. Forward, 6'6" from Ohio State, number 28, Bryce Sensabaugh. Center, 6'11" from Duke, number 22, Kyle Filipowski. Guard, 6'8" from Rutgers, number 19, Ace Bailey. And a guard, 6'3" from USC, number 8, Isaiah Collier. Utah's head coach is Will Hardy. And you're the sixth man, so Rip City, stand up and make some noise because this is our house, and there's a storm coming.
Utah is 20-46, 14th in the Western Conference, 8-24 on the road. This is one of 32 lineups the Jazz have used this year. They're 0-1 with this group. The Blazers have won all 3 meetings with the Jazz this season and have scored at least 135 points in each one of those. Michael, only 4 times in the history of the NBA has a team scored 135 points or more in 4 consecutive games against an opponent. No one's ever done it 5 straight. The Blazers can do that tonight against the Jazz.
Yeah, and the Blazers should enjoy an up-tempo opportunity. It's all going to be predicated on rebounding the basketball. When the Blazers rebound and rebound by committee, they rack up the numbers on the scoreboard.
The Utah roster is littered with 7-footers and very good rebounders. The problem is most of them are unavailable tonight. Kyle Filipowski at 6'11" will be in the starting lineup, as we just heard. But outside of that, the Jazz don't have a ton of size. They do have that Kevin Love guy who's 6'8", but he's a pretty good rebounder.
Yeah, he is a good rebounder, and I think the Blazers are going to invert their offense and put Donovan Clingan out on the floor to keep the lane open for dribble penetration and offensive rebounds.
This is the time of the year with 16 games left to play when teams that are not in the same position you are in the standings are coming in and you're big favorites. You've got to get the job done and figure out a way to do it.
No, you do, and all credit to Adam Silver for the play-in tournament to make games in March meaningful.
Yeah, and they certainly have been, as the Blazers right now in 10th in the Western Conference. They come in tonight a game and a half back of the Warriors for 9th, 2.5 games back of the Clippers for 8th. The Warriors host the Timberwolves in just a couple of minutes, while the Clippers host the Bulls at the bottom of the hour. Let's hear again from Mark Mason.
Trailblazers! At forward, 6'8" from Syracuse, number 9, Jeremy Grant. Et c'est suite de Bruxelles, Belgique, numéro 33, Toumani Camara. The big man in the middle, 7'3" from UConn, number 23, Donovan Clingan. At guard, 6'4" from UCLA, number 5, Drew Holiday. And at guard, 6'9", Herzliya Israel, number 8, Denny Avdia.
The Blazers are 31-35, 10th in the West, 17-16 at home, coached by acting head coach Tiago Splitter. This one of 19 lineups the Blazers have used this season. This group is 3-3 together. The officials tonight: James Williams in his 16th season, Ashley Moore-Gleish in her 8th, C.J. Washington in his 10th season, and the replay center back in New Jersey, Pat O'Connell, Rodney Mott, and Sean Corbin. All time, the Blazers are 98 and 116 against the Jazz in at home, 70-36 against Utah. And the Blazers looking for the 4-game sweep of the Jazz. Only once in the history of this matchup have the Blazers swept a season series from the Jazz. That was the 2013-14 season. They won all 4 games and held the Jazz under 100 points in each one of those games. Thinking about that, Michael, in 40-plus years, the Blazers have only swept the Jazz once.
Yeah, sweeping the team is very difficult to do, Travis, for a lot of reasons. But when you have the opportunity, it is one of the things that is an external motivating type of factor that is real and valuable and felt and valued by the players.
Blazers in their Icon Edition uniforms, black jerseys and shorts. Portland across the chest in white with the numbering and lettering in white with red trim. And the red and white sash down the jerseys diagonally from right to left and down the left side of the shorts. The Jazz in their Association Edition, white jerseys and shorts. The purple gradient mountains across the chest. Utah in white outlined in purple, and then the numbering and lettering in purple outlined in light blue. The Blazers will send Donovan Clingan to the center court circle. 7'2", 280, 22 years old. It is second year out of UConn. He'll jump it up against Kyle Filipowski, 22 years old, 6'11", 255 in his second season out of Duke University. The Blazers will go from left to right, Utah from right to left. As C.J. Washington with the basketball, getting set to toss the ball up at midcourt. The Blazers, after tonight, will go on the road for a 5-game trip, leading in Philadelphia on Sunday afternoon. And we are underway as the Blazers control the opening tip. Deni Avdija will walk it across the timeline, gives it up to Holiday far side. Tightly defended by Collier, now to Clingan just inside the arc. Hands it off to Deni. Dribbles left, kicks it back to Holiday, launches a three at short. Batted a couple of times in the air, loose ball right out to Avdija up top. Avdija holds on, now to Grant. Kamara corner three on the way. That's up and out. The Blazers miss with a couple of shots early, and Utah gets a stop. 30 seconds in, Filipowski over to Bailey, who attacks and pulls up with the jumper, and it's through. And Michael, he has really played well of late.
Yeah, he's a high percentage offensive player, coming off a game where he shot 50 from the floor and 50 from the three-point line.
Here's Grant near wing, looks around. Now back up top to Avdija. Drives, stops, floats it up, no good. There might have been a pass attempt to Clingan, but it hit the backboard, and now the Jazz come back with it across the timeline. Here's Filipowski with Avdija on his back, loses a handle of the dribble. Bounce pass is stolen by Kamara, who wasn't even looking. Now a 2-on-1 with Deni. The drive, threw it away. My goodness.
Wow, that was a mishandled fast break opportunity for sure. Give the Jazz credit for getting Toumani Camara to overthink it.
Now here's Collier over to the wing, gives it up to Bailey. Defended by Kamara. Swings it to Filipowski. There is a whistle. And a defensive 3 seconds violation on Donovan Clingan, who looked down and saw that his feet, his heels were in that painted area. And it'll be a free throw here for Sensible.
Yeah, I think Donovan Clingan had a college flashback.
Free throw is good, and it's 3-0 Utah. A minute 15 in, it is not, as you would say, Michael, the crispiest start for the Trailblazers.
Less than ideal.
So the Jazz will get it in far side, inbound to Bailey. Hands it to Collier. Gets a high screen, now he dribbles left. Backs it up. Cross court over to Bailey for three, and it's good. Ace Bailey, 19 years old. Are the first 2 field goals made in this game. Holiday nearly stripped out of his hands, somehow gets it. Then it's knocked away, and another turnover. Throwing it ahead to Collier. Collier on the drive, up and under, fouled, it's off. That's on Kamara, and Collier will go to the line for 2. So, Michael, the Blazers have spotted the Jazz 6 potentially more points in the first almost 2 minutes of this game.
So what has happened is the Jazz have really put the Trailblazers in a position where they're playing in a crowd. Drew Holiday found that when he came off that screen, they blitzed him, and then they pre-rotated to the roll guy, and all of a sudden Drew lost his vision. So credit to Jazz defense here in the early going for having intensity.
First free throw is good. 7-0 Utah in front. The Jazz lost to the Knicks a couple of nights ago, 134-117 at home, but that was a game where they led by 19 points in the first half.
Sounds familiar.
Second free throw is good, so the Jazz score the first 8 points. Now ahead to Kamara at the hash mark. Right-hand dribble, bounce pass out to Holiday. Now up top to Deni. Holds the ball above his head. Left-hand dribble, kicks it to Kamara. Corner three on the way. That's up and out. Clingan taps it, had his jersey pulled, but it's right into the hands of Collier. Now ahead as Collier drives. Blocked from behind, and the chase down from Avdija. Rebound by Grant. Back to Deni coming the other way. Deni lobs to Holiday. Banked it in.
And that's actually the first paint touch of the game for the Blazers.
8-2. Now here's Cody Williams with it. Gives it to Collier. Circles around. Now back to Williams in the corner. Pulls up. Baseline jumper is through. 10-2 Utah. 2:20 gone by first quarter. Holiday bounce pass to Klingon in the lane. Stripped out of his hands by Bailey on his way up. He was fouled, and DC will head to the line. Malky, we look at this starting five for Utah tonight. Ace Bailey, 19 years old, a rookie. Kyle Filipowski, 22 years old in his second year. Cody Williams, 21 years old in his second year. Isaiah Collier, 21 years old in his second year. Bryce Sensabaugh, 22 years old in his third year. That is a young starting five.
Yeah,
Klingon hits the first.
Got to be one of the youngest starting fives in the league right now. But that's what you do when you're trying to develop your roster. You give guys opportunities to play big minutes.
Klingon hits them both. Not a lot of experience off the bench either, unless you're counting Kevin Love, who has been in the league longer than all of the starting five together times two. Here's the drive and a foul from Klingon as Williams will go to the line, and Utah will have their fourth and fifth free throws.
This is one of these, I don't know what to call it. I want to say classic starts with. So what Will Hardy has done is he's scripted 4 or 5 different defenses. The Blazers have seen man, they've seen blitzes, they've seen zone, they've seen three-quarter court press. So the Blazers haven't settled into the game. On the other end, the Blazers haven't been able to set their defense. And the Jazz is moving the basketball, getting any shot that they want here in the early going.
First free throw from Williams, no good. A 66% free throw shooter. The younger brother of Thunder All-Star Jalen Williams. And the second free throw is no good. Avdia the rebound. And by the way, the largest lead from Utah the other night was 22 when the Knicks came back and beat them. There's a strip and a turnover. Now ahead to Bailey. Turns the corner, drives, slides it out to an open Sensabaugh for three, and it's good. Thiago Splitter takes timeout as Utah has opened up the game on a 13-4 run as they are now 4 of 5 from the floor, while the Blazers have made 1 of their 4 field goal attempts. We'll take a timeout on the Trailblazers Audio Network. Wolf Dental, a higher standard of dental care, family-focused cosmetic expertise, and an elevated experience. And Rip City, looking for a program that empowers your daughter through basketball? She Hoops, presented by Toyota, is designed for girls ages 6 to 17, combining skill building with personal growth. Sign up today at trailblazers.com/youth basketball by scrolling to the She Hoops section. 13-4 Utah over the Blazers, 9:11 to play first quarter. The Jazz already 8 points off of 4 Trailblazers turnovers. Michael, why do they look so out of sorts here in the early going?
Well, the Jazz have hit the Trailblazers with a number of different defenses, all with great ball pressure, and many of them with full court pressure. And so the Trailblazers have kind of had a deer in the headlights look in response to these defenses. And so far, the Blazers are going to need to settle down. But Travis, how we'll know that the Blazers have figured it out is when they get the ball to the baseline.
Yeah.
Because once you get the ball to the baseline and you flatten out the defense, all defenses kind of become the same when they have to close out.
So out of the timeout, the Blazers have it from left to right. We'll see Scoot Henderson in the game for the first time, along with Grant, Avdia, Kamara, and Klingen.
Jazz show a 1-2-1-1 full court press. I don't know if we've seen this all season.
There's another turnover as Grant brings it up, throws it past Avdia.
The Blazers are casual in their attack of these different defenses, and the Jazz are playing like a young, hungry team.
Here's a sense ball three. Good. 11 points off of turnovers in the first 3 minutes and 5 seconds of this game for Utah. The drive by Grant. He is fouled by Collier. He just dropped the shoulder into him. The Blazers have turned it over 5 times in this game, Michael. They have taken 4 shots.
Yeah, and so what you just saw Jeremy Grant do is what a veteran leader does. You know what? As soon as I see a gap, I'm going to put the ball on the deck and get a foul, get to the paint, and hopefully get us to the line to try to settle the Blazers into this game.
Here's Henderson out to the wing, out of the corner for Grant for 3. Fouled, and it counts. Jeremy Grant will go to the line for a 4-point opportunity. One of the best in the NBA at that. That was a big spot for him.
Yeah, Jeremy Grant is really showing his leadership, his value, and his versatility.
This is the 9th time this season that Jeremy Grant going to the line for a 4-point play, the 3rd most in the league. James Harden has attempted the most at 14. Free throw is good. And that cuts the deficit to 16-8.
And now the Blazers will set their defense and slow down the effectiveness and the ball movement of the Jazz.
Here's Williams up top. Now he gives it to Bailey. Right back to Williams. Loses a handle on it. Into the hands of Avdia. 3-on-2. Bounce pass ahead to Kamara. Fouled on his way up. No, he wasn't. It was blocked. But Avdia is there to pick it up and put it back in. It's got to be our Les Schwab doing the right thing matters play.
Oh, absolutely. A steal and a breakout layup by Tamani Kamara and a putback by Denny.
Les Schwab doing the right thing matters. Filipowski near side, has the ball in front of Avdia, attacks, drives, stops in traffic, puts it up, no good, loose ball batted around, Klingen has it. That was great defense by Avdia. Now ahead, the pass is stolen. It's picked up by Collier, turns and gives it to Sensabaugh for 3. No good, long rebound all the way out to Collier, turns the corner, backs it up, slows it down. 16-10 Utah. Drive by Collier, looks underneath for Williams. Thinks twice about challenging Klingen, now pulls it back out, and his shot is rejected by DC. Now Collier the other way, dunks it in.
That was Williams.
That was Williams, right. 18-10. In the corner, Grant has it, ball fake and a drive, slithers through traffic, slides it out to the wing. Kamara's got it up top now to Scoot. Scoot, ball fake, gets underneath, goes up, left hand, no good, batted around, picked up by Bailey. Touch pass ahead to Collier, now to Williams, who is blocked but fouled on the dunk attempt. We'll get a look at it on the big screen. Where's the foul? Now, did the hand get him on the wrist? I don't know.
Yeah, I think he came across the arm. We can't see it because of the rim.
Yeah, tough from that angle. Yeah, from any of the angles that I saw. There we go, there's another one. First free throw was good. Yeah, he actually looks like he never made contact with the ball and then got the backside of the arm of Williams on his way down.
This is, I'm enjoying this game from the standpoint of the Jazz are playing like it's March Madness. And the Blazers are like, hey, calm down.
Both free throws are good. That was Kamara's second foul, so he comes out. It is 20-10 Utah. Now Thibault's in the game for the first time tonight. Throws it over to Avdia on the perimeter. Fakes, drives, kicks to Scoot for 3. Buries it. Scoot has been terrific from beyond the arc of late. 20-13. 5 minutes gone by in the first period. Collier off the screen, drives, underneath to Williams, easy dunk. Here's Avdia at the top of the key, right-hand dribble, gets a screen, throws it to Klingen underneath, turns, blocked as the shot was swatted away and scooped up by Williams. Now to Sensabaugh, steps through, attacks, throws it to the corner. Filipowski three-pointer, that's good.
Well, this is a heck of a lesson for the Blazers. You don't play the record, you play the team. And the Jazz, they're not playing like a 20-win team.
Avdia gives it up to Thibault. Thibault now drives and attacks underneath the Klingon. Underneath the Klingon, left hand puts it through. 25-15. Now the pass up top. Here is Filipowski with it straightaway three. That's good. It is 28-15 Utah. Utah 5 of 6 from beyond the arc. Now Grant drives the baseline. Gets underneath, lost it off his leg out of bounds. That is the 7th turnover by the Blazers here in the first quarter. Chris Murray comes in for Klingon.
You know, the Blazers certainly have not answered the bell in this game, and the Jazz are playing hard and playing hungry and with a level of intensity.
Utah will bring it up. Here's Collier. Across the timeline. Screen comes. Murray picks him up near midcourt. Over to Filipowski. Doubled. Pass to a cutting Collier underneath. Williams now gets the ball out to the near side. Back up top. A three-pointer is up and off. It's deflected out of bounds, and Utah will hold on to it.
A small thing that I'm watching about the Blazers, how do you say this? In practice, you're always taught to move on the pass, move on the flight of the ball. The Blazers are moving on the catch. In other words, they're a step slow, and they're not initiating or driving or directing the ball.
Here's the inbound to Shibwe. Scoops it to Bailey, who puts up a three, banked it in. It has been that kind of start for Utah.
I mean, talk about how well Utah started. They got 31 points, and there's 5 minutes to go still in the first quarter.
Yeah. Here's the drive by Denny. Stops, turns, spins, kicks it out, knocked out of bounds by Williams. .505 to play first quarter. It's the Jazz 31 and the Blazers 15. 11-2 run. Henderson dribbles right, now goes left, bumped on the perimeter by Garcia. Stops in traffic, no. And it's grabbed by Shibwe. And Williams across the timeline, into the lane, just lost it. It's loose, but picked up by Garcia, stripped out of his hands by Scoot, and still somehow Utah came away with it, and the Jazz will take timeout. 4:44 to play first quarter. 31-15, Jazz in front on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
Your Trailblazers can't be overlooked.
This crowd is stunned.
All season long, it's been heart, hustle, and defense.
There's Robert Williams III, sends him to bed without any dinner.
Now, the game's bigger, the stakes are higher, the postseason push is on. Be here.
The Moda Center crowd is on their feet.
Rip City, stand up.
Get up, Rip City.
Visit trailblazers.com/stand-up to get your tickets today.
When accidents happen, you need a team who shows up for you. Goldberg and Lauren, the people's team, standing strong with our Oregon and Washington communities. Injury attorneys who fight harder, care deeper, and deliver results. Call Goldberg and Lauren today, 971-264-0000.
Sometimes a girl in my class doesn't bring anything to eat for lunch.
The truth is, in America, 1 in 5 kids worry about their next meal.
I want everybody to have yummy food.
So do we. That's why Fred Meyer donates surplus fresh food from our shelves to your local food bank. We've provided over 3.5 billion meals through our Zero Hunger, Zero Waste plan. Visit fredmeyer.com to see how you can help fight hunger and waste in our community.
Because nobody should have an empty tummy.
Feel every moment of the game. One-Court devices help blind or low-vision fans follow live NBA action through trackable vibrations and audio commentary. Ticketmaster teamed up with One-Court to provide devices at Portland Trailblazers games. Visit any guest experience booth at Moda Center during your next game.
Blazers trail the Jazz 31-15, 4:44 to play here in the first period at Moda Center. It's an 11-2 Utah run. 5 of their last 7 made field goals have been threes. They're 6 of 8 from beyond the arc. The Blazers have made 5 shots so far. The postseason is on the line, and we need you, Rip City, to get there. So we're bundling games to make it even easier to watch Trailblazers basketball. The And One bundle gets you any remaining home games plus 1 more at a special price. Go to trailblazers.com/and1 to secure your tickets, Rip City, and stand up. Michael, a very rough start, especially defensively for the Trailblazers in this game. But we've talked about it with Utah. They have done this lately, put up a lot of points early on against their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to give them credit. They're playing hard. They're playing together. And the Blazers are on their heels here in the early goings for whatever reason. That's the not good news. The good news is there's a lot of basketball left, and big leads seldom last in the NBA.
Yeah.
But the Jazz right now, they're just playing free and hard.
And they are not missing. So here's the inbound to Shibwe as the Jazz lead this game by 16. Cross, the drive kick to the corner for Elijah Harkless. That three is up and out. Tipped a couple of times all the way near midcourt. And Utah maintains possession. Here's Harkless up top with it. Drives into the lane, stops, pumps, lost it off his leg, picked up by Anderson Garcia, stripped away, and a foul on the Trailblazers.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Trailblazers play some zone here in the early going. Because right now they're spending a lot of energy chasing the Jazz as the ball moves freely.
So Sissoko on the floor along with Henderson, Murray, Thibault, and Holiday.
I thought we would see CD.
Here's Harkless up top. Drives, gives it up to Mbang. Kicks to the near side for Garcia. Ball fake, throws it up top. Drive by Williams. Nowhere to go. Fades short. Another offensive rebound out to Harkless for three. That's around and out. And it's grabbed by Shibwe, nearly pushed out of bounds, but he gets it underneath, but it's stolen away. Thibault just took it away. Now Henderson across the timeline, kicks it to Murray. Murray a ball fake, scoops it up top. Thibault fakes, drives, right hand, no. Shibwe the rebound. Harkless gets it to Mbang in the corner. Back up top, Garcia has it. Crosses, slows it down, picks up his dribble over to Williams. Williams attacks behind his back. And another whistle. That's a foul on Scoot Henderson.
Scoot and Matisse Thibault mishandled a guard-to-guard exchange, and Scoot was then late picking up Williams, fouled in the process. Most fouls happen because you get out of position.
So now the Blazers are in the penalty. That sends Cody Williams to the line, who makes the first. The Jazz, 6 of 8 from the free throw line. Klingon comes back in for Murray. It is 32-15 Utah.
When you look at the scoreboard and you realize the Jazz are on their way for a 40-point quarter.
Now they've got 33. They are 10 of 18 from the floor. The Blazers 5 of 13. Scoot up top, gives it to Thibault near side, back up top to Henderson. Pulls up for three, buries it again. Scoot Henderson, the last few games, he has been terrific.
Yeah, when Scoot is making threes, you know all is well with the world.
And Ben gives it over far side, knocked out of his hands, still loose on the floor, picked up by Garcia, but it's an over and back. That's a terrific turnover from Sidi Sissoko.
You know, this game needs the Sidi Sissoko type of energy. This is a game that is not about X's and O's and execution. It's about energy and effort at this point.
Beat Krejci in the game as Henderson will bring it across. Gives it to Holiday on the wing, fakes right, comes left, slides it to Klingon underneath, left hand short, and a blocking foul underneath on Utah. Is that sensible? It was.
So the two-man game, Drew Holiday and Donovan Klingon with Scoot Henderson spotted on the weak side, really put the Jazz in a position. Scoot's hot from the arc, so they didn't leave him. Donovan Klingon able to roll after the screen. Drew Holiday found him in the paint.
Klingon 4 points, 1 rebound as he hits the first free throw. You look at Utah, they have made a couple of personnel changes here in the last couple of days. I'll tell you about those in a minute, as a couple of them are on the floor for the Jazz. Second free throw is good. Anderson Garcia will take it across. Here's the drive, and he lays it in. 35-20, Utah leads. Holiday gives it to Klingon in the lane, turns nowhere to go, slides it to Krejci. Ball fake, drives, throws it to Holiday, left hand, yes. That is a great job by Krejci, who then steps over Garcia, who was laying down on the baseline. 35-22. Mbang with it, crossover, over to Sensabaugh for three. Yep. That is the 7th made three by Utah in this period. They only average about 13 makes a game. 38-22. Krejci to the corner for Holiday. In front of Mbang. Spins towards the baseline. Slides it to Sissoko in the corner. Left hand gets underneath. Kicks it back out to Krejci. Wide open triple. No good. Sensabaugh the board. Krejci has not been the same shooter in his stint with the Trailblazers since coming over from Atlanta. Under 30% from beyond the arc. Sensabaugh misses the three. The rebound is picked up by Sissoko. The outlet to Holiday, who lays it in.
Blazers starting to get some improved shot quality opportunities. Now they got to get some stops.
As Mbang making his NBA debut tonight. Gives it up to Anderson Garcia. Drive stripped away and a turnover as it was poked away by Krejci. Klingon comes away with it, and now it's knocked out of his hands. Turned back over, but Krejci steals it again. Turnover, turnover, turnover. Now to Henderson at the free throw line. Slides it back to Veet. Now to Drew. 1:10 to play in the period. Blazers down by 14. Scoot on the drive, pushes, stops, floats it up and in. 8 points for Scoot Henderson to lead the Trailblazers, 38-26.
Well, this game is not about X's and O's. It is about energy and effort.
Here's Mbang. Knocked away and another turnover. Now Sissoko, a one-on-one, drives, left hand, no, knocked away, picked up by Sensabaugh. Bodies flying all over the place. Now the pass underneath is stolen by Klingon. Now to Scoot. Attacks, steps through, right hand, good. 10 points for Scoot.
Scoot has been the difference for the Blazers in trying to crawl back into this game.
The Blazers have scored 8 points off of turnovers in the quarter, but they've given up 16. 16 points off of turnovers in the first quarter for Utah. 10-second differential. Here's the drive by Sensabaugh, right hand, no. Long rebound picked up by Holiday, slows it down, 15 seconds to play in the period. Shot clock is off. Cross court to Scoot. Just sits on it. 7 to play. Now up top. Behind his back, attacks, kicks, Krejci. Ball fake, gets it off in time. No, it was off the side of the rim, but the Blazers trim 8 points off of the Jazz lead. 38-28 heading to the second quarter on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
In business, as in basketball, having a solid game plan is key to success. That's why so many Northwest businesses partner with Columbia Bank. The largest bank headquartered in the Northwest, Columbia Bank combines expertise, customized business solutions, and a relationship-focused style of banking to make sure your business has what it needs to grow. It's a combination that's made Columbia a top SBA lender in Seattle and Portland. Learn more at columbiabank.com or visit your local branch. Columbia Bank, proud partner of the Portland Trailblazers, member FDIC.
Hear that? Exactly. That's the sound of McDonald's Extra Value Meal. Sausage McMuffin with egg, hash brown, small hot coffee, and sweet golden silence. All for only $5. Price and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
5 Seconds of Summer are back. See them live in concert in Portland. 5 Seconds of Summer, Everyone's a Star World Tour. Playing songs off their new album, including Not Okay. Live at Moda Center, June 30th. Plus special guests. Get tickets now at livenation.com. 5 Seconds of Summer, the brand new album Everyone's a Star, is available everywhere November 14th. For more, visit 5sauce.com.
Dame Lillard here. Thanks for joining us on the Trailblazers Audio Network.
Start of the second quarter, Blazers trail the Jazz 38-28 here at Moda Center. Blazers Sunday Family Fun Days aren't just games, they're memory makers. This season, we're transforming select Sunday home games into full arena family experiences with mascots, face painting, interactive games, and an exclusive value menu. Join us for our final Sunday Family Fun Day of the season, March 29th. Get your tickets at trailblazers.com/fundays. It was a terrible start for the Blazers tonight, Michael. They got down by as many as 18 points. They have now cut it to 10 against a very young Utah team. And they're starting to get momentum on their side, and really it should continue. But they dug themselves a pretty big early hole.
Yeah, and again, I just give Utah the credit. They changed their defenses. First 6 or 7 possessions for the Blazers, they saw at least 4 or 5 different defenses. Pressure, full court, traps. And the Blazers didn't handle it well, quite frankly. Turned the basketball over, live ball turnovers, and the Jazz were on fire. 12 of the Jazz made field goals. Well, the Jazz made 12 field goals on 10 assists. So they were efficient with the basketball.
Utah has it in white from right to left to start the second quarter. Bez Mbang, making his NBA debut, brings it up. Over to Williams, now Sensabaugh, back to Williams. Left-hand dribble, has it in front of Holiday. Attacks, drives, stops, wants to get it to somebody, and it's a kickball on Drew Holiday.
Blazers starting to finally establish some defensive pressure and the shell defense that you want to feel comfortable in, making the opponent play over the top.
Sheboy gives it to Williams. Backs it up. Takes right, comes left. Loses a handle on it on the dribble. It's turned over, picked up by Sissoko. Takes it across the timeline, circles around, scoops it to Holiday. 17 to shoot. Holiday top of the key to the far corner for Kamara. Now to Krejci, splits the defense, drives, stops. Over to Sissoko, who launches a triple, buries it. Fourth made 3 for the Blazers, and it's 38-31. Williams hands it off, and a foul is called as he ran right through Sidy Cissoko, who is in the top 5 in the NBA in drawing offensive fouls, and that's a reason why right there.
Yeah, see, Sissoko's energy in this game has been impactful.
9-0 Trailblazers run as they now trail by 7. Holiday dribbles over to the far side and gives it to Kamara. Stripped out of his hands, and a reach-in foul is going to be called on Elijah Harkless.